if I'm going to have the balls to go to Tana's fan meetup and say slurs at her and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs, I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it.
Yeah, it's rewind time.
What we do here is go back.
Hey guys, welcome back to more gaming crap. The first thing I want to talk about today is Nintendo using YouTube's Content ID service to identify when someone has uploaded a video that has Nintendo content in it. Now, once they've identified it, they could either put advertisements in the front or back of it, or they could check the stats on it, or they could block the video. But most articles and YouTubers, I think, are reporting that the ads are what's going on right now. And obviously all that ad revenue isn't going to the YouTuber who made the video, it's going to Nintendo.
Hello everybody and welcome back to more Kickstarter crap. Today the piece of crap that we're looking at is called Girls and Games Calendar. And so far, it sounds pretty good. I like girls, I like games. I don't like calendars, but at least you got the girls and the games part of it. What could possibly go wrong? Hello everybody and welcome back to more Kickstarter crap. Today the piece of crap that we're going to look at is called Dark Skies. And I prayed that none of you would message me about this, but y'all fucking did. And there's a lot of crap to sift through on this one, so buckle up. Dark Skies, an epic brony dating sim.
Let's meet the ponies of Royal Pony Academy here in Cirrus City.
My name is Pumpkin Pie, and I'm the smartest pony in the whole school. By my calculations, you'll be falling in love with me. The only question is, will I fall in love with you?
What do you want? My name's Jet, and if you touch me, you're dead. You think you had it rough? Try growing up without a father. You kind of look like my dad. Maybe I should cut you up just for fun. If you want to get to know me better, you'll have to tread carefully.
I'm Trickstar, and you'd better get away from here, because if the other ponies catch you talking to me, they'll probably make fun of you.
My name is Googie Boogie, but none of the other ponies like me. I think it's because I got all sorts of boogies. But you'll be my friend, right? Because you like boogies.
So this brony dating sim has a funding goal of $7,500, which isn't that unreasonable. I think that's probably okay if this was a legitimate brony dating sim, which it's hard to believe that someone would make this up, but it seems like people are, because there is droves of comments with people saying, oh, it's a fucking scam. Here's someone whose picture and likeness was used in the video without their permission. There's videos linked to it. The developers are super fucking shisty and awkward. Hey everybody and welcome back. Today I'm going to be doing my first unboxing video. It might also be my last unboxing video, but I felt like I needed to do this because right now there's a lot of unboxing videos on YouTube, a lot of people opening up loot crates, junk boxes, stuff cubes, and a bunch of shit like that really is quite honestly just a bunch of leftover shit from a bargain bin at Big Lots, okay? So I'm here to break the mold, and I expressed my concern on Twitter, and luckily enough, toothbrushsubscriptions.com reached out to me. So they sent me a package. It's a padded envelope. It's a padded envelope. It feels like it's got 2 toothbrushes in there. Alright, so it looks like we have 2 toothbrushes here. Hey everybody, and welcome back to another edition of Bad Unboxing. Last time I unboxed some toothbrushes, and you guys really seem to like that. So this time, I'm going to unbox something even more special and exciting than toothbrushes. That is stickers. Now, I know a lot of you guys are really into stickers. A lot of you guys are pretty young, and stickers are, well, they're exciting. They stick to things. Sometimes you can get cool stickers like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon stickers. I know you guys are really into that sort of stuff. But this is an even better sticker than a Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or a smiley face. This, my friends, are iDubbbz TV stickers, is what they're called. I got 2,000 of them. Do you guys see that news story of that kid who was launching a firework off the top of his head? What a moron, right? What a frickin' moron. I can't believe someone would do something like that. Why? Why? Why would anyone do that?
He wasn't happy with the content he made or the person he was, and now he's trying to apologize for the videos he made. And I, once again, have to completely disagree with the way he looks at it. I feel like his perspective on it is very warped by the way the internet has evolved over the years. The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to fucking murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme. I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory. That was entirely the brand. And for its time, it lived peacefully. You know, all 4 nations, water, earth, fire, air, lived together in harmony with all this edginess going on.
A creature in pink from another omniverse. I thought this realm was abandoned.
I'd like to share with you a little story. I tend to have explosive diarrhea, like shit just flies all over the place. So I sat down to take a shit. Of course, diarrhea just exploded all over the place. I mean, it was shit basically. I noticed there was no toilet paper left. So I got up and I decided to go get some of the toilet paper. When I got back to the toilet, I realized that I was dripping shit. I was dripping shit from my ass. I brought some old friends of mine. I hope you're happy. Yeah, I got some better friends now. A lot of cooler friends. Cooler than you. You tell them, Dad. You tell them, Dad. Yeah, and that's my friend. He's a Hershey's Kisses. I fucking hate you.
What's up, dude?
We were in love. I can't believe you fucking left me. What? Huh? You fucking left me in the Olive Garden? You got married? You got married with, what's her name, Gila?
There's only so many free breadsticks, man. We were there for 5 hours.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! What the fuck is Gamergate? Video game journalism? You know what really pisses me off? I'm gonna give a quick rant today about a group of people I really hate. Go to any music video, and I mean any music video, and you're gonna get a bunch of people like this.
This song is epic. I wish more people from my generation could appreciate this music. Just let me get my Nirvana album and travel out of this stupid generation. 60, 70, 80, 90 years were the fucking best. And I'm so fucking pissed that I never seen Nirvana, Sonic Youth, Sex Pistols, and other blah 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 blah. I hate my generation.
Hey, I'm vegan. Did you hear me? Hey, take him off. I'm vegan.
Okay.
Did you hear me? I said I'm vegan.
No, I heard you.
Jeez, I'm vegan. Hey, I'm vegan. Can you give me this medal? Because I deserve it. Because I'm vegan. You don't appreciate the animals, pal. Shit. Come on. Welcome to the Filthy Frank Show. I got Max Mofo here, I got iDubbbz TV. We gonna bake another cake today, man. It's gonna be good. The three of us love cooking all kinds of shit. We're gourmet chefs, cakes, cupcakes, gourmet meals. Is that right?
What are you, fucking gay?
This is fun! That smells really good. Dude, it looks like you have cancer or something, iDubbbz.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yo, iDubbbz, check this shit out.
Oh, I'll check it out in a second.
Dude, what the fuck?
Just a minute, guys.
Yo, it's fine. Dude, just come check it out. What the?
For the first time ever, I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Because a lot of the stress came from the idea that you guys don't realize that I exist as well as a human. There's Frank, there's Pink Guy, there's Salamander Man. There are all these wonderful fuckers living here, but then there's me as well. And people not knowing that I existed and that it was just these guys really gave me a lot of stress. You know, because I'm a normal person, just like the rest of you guys. So for the fans that aren't content with this, if I broke your precious little fourth wall and you're upset, then you obviously don't support my health, and therefore I do not want you supporting the show. So this is not the end of the show, obviously. I'm just, it's time that I introduce myself as well to you guys. So, hello. Some call me George, some call me Joji. I'm a student in college right now. I'm half Japanese, half Australian, so I don't have the accent. Sorry, mates. Strya cunt, Strya. You know, so I'm just a 20-year-old kid. I like to get pretty loud on the weekends, but otherwise I live quietly as a productive member of society.
And a whole myriad of other things that he wanted to come forward with, and talking about how he's changed as a person and thus his content will be changing. He goes over like insecurities of his past, and overall he just invites the audience into the back of the kitchen to see how the sausage is made and meet the chef. And for a lot of people, they didn't want to meet the chef.
And that's why I find it so interesting that Charlie used the phrase, meet the chef, saying specifically that for a lot of people, they didn't want to meet the chef. And I think that perfectly illustrates why people are so angry. Because just like the chef at a restaurant, people don't really care about the chef as much as they care about the food. They're not there for the person, they're there for the product. And when the actual person, when Ian pops his head out to say how he actually feels, people get angry because they were never there for him as a person in the first place. They don't actually care about his feelings, nor do they even see him fully as a human being.
What we do here is go back.
Hey guys, it's me, Jack. Today I'm gonna react to a really cool YouTuber named Jinx. Here we go.
Really going nuts over this one. Okay.
Your grammar sucks number 99. That's almost 100. No, really. That's almost 100.
You've gotta be kidding me. Take it off, smart as the agony. So irrespectful, laughing like a Paco. Just goes to show you there are angles. Hey haters, don't be jelly, I'm pretty and nice. Girl like Justina better than you. Just letting you know, I'm surprised the parents didn't ban you from watching that Justine, cause you're so ugly. screen. Comment, take a screen cap of it and send it my way via Twitter or my Facebook fan page. Your grammar sucks so much.
Okay. 4 years. 4 years and counting. He's been doing this for 4 years, and people are still on his channel, like, fucking up the grammar. Like, dude, it's been so long, like, no lie. If people were, like, what am I looking for? If people were on my page and I was doing what he does, the grammar songs, and people were still fucking up comments, well, let me put it like this. If I was on his page and he just kept calling me out on my grammar and all his songs, I would not, like, dude, I would start proofreading before I comment on his shit.
Yo, Jinx, that was a dope-ass video, man. That was just hella tight. I really like the part where you played my video in its entirety and then didn't really react to it, just kind of sat there. I also like the part where you added virtually no insight. You just kind of rambled on for about 5 minutes and missed the point entirely. Pretty brilliant how you played the entire video in your channel. It's like it's a one-stop shop. Why bother going to my channel to watch that video when you can just watch that and your reaction? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start reacting to your videos, but I'll just show your videos in their entirety. That way it's like a one-stop shop. People don't even have to go to your channel. They can just go to mine for your videos and then my reaction. Sound good? God bless.
Today's story is coming from Jack Films. He's a YouTuber with over 2 million subscribers. Today, Jack uploaded a video reacting to Jinx, another YouTuber, reacting to his videos. I know it gets confusing. Basically, Jack is upset because Jinx uploaded his full video and reacted to it in its entirety, so he did the same back to him.
Well, first off, thank you very much for having me on this debate tonight. Really appreciate that. So my initial reaction is, this is freebooting. What I really did not like was that my video, which was a culmination of about 4 years of work of composing, scoring, and editing and all that good stuff, it was uploaded in its entirety. And I just feel like a proper reaction video doesn't quite do that. They'll upload highlights of the video, and they won't upload the entire video in its entirety. And to me, that's like no better than freebooting, what you find on Facebook all the time. Jinx, you seem like a genuinely nice, good guy. And honestly, I'm really flattered, and it's really fucking cool of you that you even watched my videos in the first place. So thank you very much for that. Honestly, that's cool. However, the method you go about reacting to videos such as mine is wrong. Forgive me, that's my dog. But just the method that you react is wrong because it's no better than freebooting. You're not providing a context. You're not providing any insight. It's just, and it's, even when the video is playing, it's just kind of, we see you smile and chuckle. You don't really say anything. It's
Jinx,
just 6 minutes
Jinx,
of you watching.
are you stealing people's content? I mean, I'm sure people criticize you of stealing their content to, you know, make a profit off it. Is that what's going on?
No, see, that's the thing. I get where Jack is coming from. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people in a lot of my videos, they're like, you're not really saying anything, and it's like, you know, like sometimes I think about it like, wow, I really didn't say enough, or I didn't go into detail as much as I should have. But usually what I do with my videos, and with Jack's video, it was pretty old, and what I was doing back then was I would watch the video and like I wouldn't do all these jump cuts, because then it wouldn't be my first thought, you know. So when I'm talking about the video, I'm trying to go right off the top of my head, and whatever is on my mind, I just try to say it right then and there without trying to, you know, put in a bunch of useless jump cuts and trying to sit back and think about it and I just try to give that, like I said, that initial reaction. I don't think I'm stealing though, because like I don't just take your video, re-upload it, and then, you know, like act like it's mine. Like I never act like anybody's videos is mine. Like I always put the original link in. I'll tell people like, I mean, like, you know, they know it's not my video, and I'm not like I'm not trying to hide it from the person whose video it is.
Right, but do you understand how some content creators would feel like, you know,
you've
exactly. stolen views from them? You know, what's the point of watching the original video if they've already seen it on your channel?
That's what I'm saying. Like I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, it's like, you know, like what's that show? Ridiculousness. But I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to steal anything from you. Like, that's why when he put the video out, I apologize. Like, my bad, man.
I know, and I did see, and Jinx, I did see your apology in the comment section, and I know you took the video down. And thanks, man. That's huge. That's really big of you. So thank you for that. And I'm not trying to bash you or anything. It's just the method in which you do it is incorrect.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the future. Sure, I understand that you want to upload the whole video because your reaction is organic. But what about in post? What about after you record everything? You can just kind of like cut to a highlight of your reactions. So it's not you watching a 6-minute video. It's maybe 30 seconds to, I don't know. I'm not going to give you a time, but I mean, we just see like reactions like when you do laugh or when you do have something to say. Because that's how the Fine Brothers do their React series. They don't show the video in their entirety, but they show highlights of the YouTubers or the elders or the teens or what have you reacting, like the little important moments. And then there's a discussion. They ask these questions, they provide analysis, they provide context to where the clip came from, and it's like this whole lesson. That's how I feel a proper React video is made, when there is analysis and there's kind of like this open discussion. You know what I'm saying? And that's all. That's all.
I think you're saying completely, man.
Hey there, folks. I'm the Content Cop. I'm here to make sure everyone's content is up to par, and if it's not, I'll bring them to justice. On today's episode of Content Cop, we're going to be looking at Jinx Reloaded. I mean, Reload. It would make too much sense if it was called Jinx Reloaded. Let's start things off with an education. How to get YouTube famous. Oh, apparently you get YouTube famous by promoting your shitty t-shirt in the first 5 seconds of the video. Look at this smug piece of shit. Just sits on his bed eating a bag of Cheetos as his intro. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Reminds me of that asshole who ate a bowl of cereal for 1 million subs.
What I mean by scope out your competition is basically check out their channels, see what they do or how they do things. Now, what I did was set my goal to outdo everything they did.
You sound like a fucking legend, Jinx. Your goal was to outdo everything the other reaction channels were doing? So you looked at the Fine Bros reaction channel and you said, yeah, I could do better than that. I'll show the video in its entirety rather than just showing clips of it. That's where the Fine Bros are fucking up. Maybe you thought you were going to outdo the other reaction channels by improving your video quality. Oh no, that's just going to stay at 720p. I can't go any higher. I couldn't be fucked. I upload 4 videos a day. You know how long it's going to take if it's 1080p? I'll kill myself.
Basically, reaction channels can do anything they want, and people are going to come to see, you know, their personality or their reaction to things.
I really like the subtext there. They're coming to see the personality or the reactions to things. They're not coming to see the video at all. Pfft, no, that's not even part of the puzzle. If the video wasn't there at all, everyone would still tune in. That's why my personality channel is just fucking booming. Where I give you my take on politics. Yeah, go check out the Jinx Politics channel.
I literally came through and reacted to anything. It didn't matter. Viral videos, trailers, games.
Oh, damn, we finally figure out how he outdid everyone. It's because he stole the content from everywhere. It didn't matter. He stole it from the Vine compilations, Try Not to Laugh Vine compilations, Your Grammar Sucks, Markiplier Cries on Camera.
You don't get a break in the beginning. No resting. 100% 24/7 grind.
Damn, this on the grind.
February 1st to May 24th, I have literally uploaded over 700 videos. That's a lot of videos.
Shut the fuck up. I'm done with that trash. We're gonna move on to a different Jinx Reload video. One of his more recent creative endeavors is called a parody interview. It's an abomination of him asking questions to song lyrics.
So word around town is that you the good girl gone bad. How do you feel about people saying that about you? Ooh, feisty little thing.
How long until you come up with that, Jinx? Ooh, feisty little thing. This is not a manhunt, okay? This is only half Jinx's fault, okay? The other half lies squarely on the people that watch him, because these are the people that are feeding the cancerous content. If you don't believe me, just read the comments of this video. Do Fetty Wap next. Jinx, can you please do a Hobson interview? Bruh. LMFAO, keep them coming. You should do Chris Brown. Kendrick Lamar, please. Do you guys kind of get it now? Do you kind of understand why there needs to be a content cop here on YouTube? It's to protect people like Jinx, because he doesn't know his content's cancerous. You know, all the viewers are watching it and being like, yeah, more parody interviews, Jinx, we fucking love it. It's the best shit on YouTube. Premium content. And he's just like, well, that's what the people want. I'm just gonna be putting out more parody interviews. Jinx, I'm setting up the fight. I'm waiting to hear back from you. Want to know how I got this physique that I have right now?
How'd you get this physique that you have right now?
You check that out. Man, it'd be so disappointing if he doesn't show up. He said he would. Everyone said March 4th, you know, even the guy who set it up, he said March 4th. That'll be the day when the boxing event will happen. You guys ready? And I said, yeah, I bought my tickets, no problem. Hey, what's going on, Celebrity Boxing? What's that? You say that Jinx pussied out of the fight? He's scared of me? He's scared of fighting me? Oh, I'm so sad to hear that, because I really wanted to fight him badly. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Well guys, it looks like the Jinx fight is officially off. He pussied out. Even after saying things like iDubbbz is a bitch boy on Twitter, he's the one who bitched out. So I think it's about time we put this whole Jinx iDubbbz feud to rest. He's quit reactions, and now we're quitting Jinx. Goodbye, Jinx. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. Last week we looked at Jinx Reload, and even though we made a pretty good case for why his parody interviews are fucking awful, he's uploaded 2 more since then. There's probably a fuck ton coming down the pipeline as I speak. On today's episode of Content Cop, we're going to be looking at food reviewers. Specifically, the food reviewers who review food from inside of their car. As a content cop, I got a meat quota for the month, just like any cop does. And this means that I can't put all my time, energy, and resources into making a big bust like Jinx, alright? So every now and again, I'm going to be looking at some projects like I'm going to be looking at today that aren't necessarily, you know, felony charges. They're probably misdemeanors, a small citation here and there, going 30 FPS into 60, that sort of thing. So keep that in mind as we go forward. I can't make the big busts all the time, alright?
The mythical surge at BK? Let's peep this out. Just how Gouda is the latest from Wendy's? Let's peep this out. Arby's is kicking it up fajita style? Let's peep this out.
No one's on the edge of their seat saying, oh, I can't wait to see Ian K's fast food review. It's like, no one gives a shit. So you gotta create suspense. If you don't have a crazy personality, if you don't have mad jokes, you gotta create suspense some other way. Arby's serving breakfast all day? Let's peep this out. It has all sorts of good, it has fish in it, and it... On today's episode of Content Cop, we're going to be looking at one of the fastest growing video trends on YouTube. Toy review videos. Let's peep this out. We got all these kids getting all these toys. It's like Super Christmas. It's like every day is Super Christmas. But you know what happens when every day is Super Christmas? You become a spoiled brat. Can I have this?
Honey, you already have the Darth Vader, don't you?
Yeah, but I need Han Solo.
Honey, what did I tell you?
I want it.
What did I tell you?
I want it.
Put it back.
I want it.
I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2.
I hate you.
See, honey, there's your Darth Vader.
This is you.
We're gonna go home now, and you're gonna get nothing.
Don't put the camera in my face. These channels also have a really weird fetish with eggs. I think it started off innocent enough with a little Kinder Surprise egg, and then it became, oh, let's open this slightly bigger Kinder Surprise egg. Oh, let's stack a couple of hampers on top of each other, fill it with a bunch of Minion shit, and call that a surprise egg.
Today we have a giant Joy Surprise egg.
It's a giant flaming McQueen egg! Today I have a giant Barbie egg.
The biggest giant egg in the world!
As you can tell, they take some liberties on defining what exactly an egg is. An egg could be a capsule, it could be a sphere, it could be a barrel, even a pear. If it's any of those shapes, it checks out, because they really don't have any edges on them, right? If you give a kid a box, you know what's going to happen? They're going to die. That's why it's got to be an egg shape. Sorry about that, I just had to clean up after all the mess that the Fine Bros have made over the past couple of days. Man, it's been a real mess. What am I gonna talk about, if not that? Hey, iDubbbz, you gonna go after the Fine Bros? Oh boy. I was all excited. Gonna get so many hits if you make fun of the Revenue Bros. Fuck. I should've broke the story. I wait a few days and everyone's making Fine Bros videos. Fuck the Fine Brothers. Fine Brothers? More like Revenue Brothers. Revenue Brothers? More like money-grubbing Jews? Money-grubbing Jews? End their fucking career! End their career! I say lynch them! Lynch those brothers! How in the world am I gonna make fun of the Fine Bros now? Seems like everyone's taking all the good jokes. Like how his eyes are so fucked. Like literally fucked. I've never seen loose pussy lips before, but if I had, I think those would resemble them quite nicely. I mean, if I put a pixelation over this dude's eyes, you wouldn't know if they're pussy lips or his eyes. Don't get me started on the other one. Look at his glasses. What a Jew! And I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very, not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. Any of these people that they feature on their Kids React, Teens React, YouTubers React, they could leave at any point in time and the Fine Brothers would be up a fucking creek without a paddle because no one logs on to the Fine Network to see Rafi and Benny fucked eyes do reactions. What you guys need to understand is that they cannot function without a format because they are the corpses of YouTube. What are they going to do for their videos if they don't have other people coming in to film? They're going to do it themselves? Fuck no. Corpses don't do well in YouTube videos. That's why they feel so threatened when Ellen comes in, this woman with a personality and jokes. She comes in and does the same gag that the Fine Bros do, but she actually has an additional element to it, not just random people that the Fine Bros find on the street and go, hey buddy, you want to earn a couple bucks? Jimmy Kimmel just talks to some kids and they're like, what do we do, Benny? I don't know, Rafi, I don't know. Should we copyright them? I don't know if we could copyright them. We could trademark some.
Part of why we believe this initiative is important is due to witnessing many creators, ourselves included, having their shows and formats blatantly stolen by companies and people. When you notice someone ripping someone's format off, don't stand for it.
That incredible format where you bring people in who have opinions and also don't have opinions, sit them in a chair and say,
so do you know what band that was? So do you know who that is? So do you know who this is? So what did we show you here overall?
What do you think of the video? Pretty good, right?
Hello everyone! We are very excited to bring you an announcement today. It's a really big announcement.
In their video, they made a really happy announcement. They were going to make reactions available to the whole world. Isn't that so exciting? But also, just a small note in the footprint.
With React World, we're providing a way for people to make their own versions of our shows and do it with us. By licensing our formats and trademarks, everyone will know that you're doing this legally.
Oh yeah, and all you people who are thinking about making reaction videos anywhere in the world, well, by the way, we own you. So, small footnote to the nice, huge, happy announcement. I think the reason why the internet got so pissed off about this is because of their cute little underhanded way of saying, hey, fuck you, YouTube. They have this great, big, cheery, happy announcement where they announce this great new program who no one in their right mind would join. In the terms, it's they own 50% of your brand deals, 60% of your rev share. You can't even post your video to Facebook, apparently, without their permission. That sounds like a great deal. Sign me up.
So, if you're interested in creating your own version of any of our React formats, which if you don't, then what is wrong with you?
Why would anybody sign up for this? Oh right, because they're threatening everybody out there who is considering making a reaction video of their own. And the fact that they even try to pretend that they invented this genre just shows how delusional and possibly malicious they are. And it gets even weirder when you go down the rabbit hole and you find out that there was a channel even before theirs called Seniors React that debuted before they ever used that clip. I don't know exactly what happened to that channel. The details are pretty bizarre. But all I know is that the channel who created the original Seniors React disappeared, and then about a month later, here comes the Class Brothers, the Class Act Brothers, with their new hit series called Elders React. The most original guys in the world, by the way, and thank you so much for inventing people looking at something and then saying something about it.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another legit rat review. On today's episode, we're going to check out a channel that's best known for the phrase another gem includes, hey everyone type Alex is a stupid in chat. Now, I'm not going to be using any of these classic lines as argument points in this video. Instead, I'm going to use them for comedic relief. There are plenty of other things to insult the rat for. He's manipulative, cunty, hypocritical, makes horrible content, extremely unfunny, cringy. If you really want the epitome of sensitivity, you gotta look toward Keemstar's Twitter videos, because this dude is the most sensitive man on the planet. Take, for example, this individual. He barely criticized Keemstar. In fact, he was sucking Keemstar's dick for half the time.
He isn't the nicest guy on the internet, but he is the most realist, you know, he'll tell you how it is, whether you like that or not.
The only criticism was, I think Keemstar should put a disclaimer in his videos.
What I think Keem should have done in that video is gave some kind of disclaimer.
And what did Keemstar do upon hearing this awful criticism?
That dude is a fake piece of shit. Learn it. You're a fake piece of shit, and if you fucking swing at me, I'm gonna swing much harder back. Come at me, I'm gonna fucking smack you. Fuck Pyro, you fucking loser.
Oh my god, the world's gonna end. Someone made a video about me. Oh god. Even though I have 1,000 videos on the internet of me saying I'm gonna cry over this video. Keemstar, you are an absolute pussy. In every way imaginable.
I hit up Pyro in the DMs, I'm like, is this true? He says it's not true. He gives me some stuff, alright, and I don't run the story.
I talked to Pyro and he gave me some stuff and we hashed it out. It's no longer news. It's no longer going to become news because I deemed it not news. If it was someone I disliked, guess what? That's news. On his Twitter, he will constantly allude to people being guilty or innocent or not guilty, depending on whether they go onto his show or not. Keemstar, I know you're very fucking slow. I said allude. Your hand is fucking shaking right now because you really want to do a Twitter video and say,
dude, you gotta think about this logically. The only time some big YouTuber wants to come on Drama Alert is to clear their name because they're in the right? And the only time like a small YouTuber wants to come on is they want to come on like no matter what because they're about to get a lot of exposure. Dude, you gotta think about this logically.
Okay, Keemstar, I'm thinking about it logically. You want big YouTubers to come onto your program after you harass them on Twitter, so how are you going to get them to come on your program? Oh, I know. You suggest that if they don't come on your program, they're not innocent.
The situation turns out where a big YouTuber comes on because he's innocent. I report the news, I don't create the news, but from like a news standpoint, people are so annoying when you do news. We're the goddamn news. The news is my job. The news to report the news. And I have like a million people depending on me for the news. The news.
Keemstar is very adamant that the Drama Alert channel is different from his Twitter account. They shouldn't be compared to one another because one is very opinionated and the other one is facts, news, and hard-hitting reporting. However, one is run by a complete sociopath and the other is also run by the same complete sociopath. So what you have is this conflict of ideas where he's trying really hard to not give his opinion on the Drama Alert channel, however, he can't fucking help it.
This is the problem with fake pranks on YouTube. I gotta say this, all right? I gotta say this, all right? But all I'm saying is like, if I had to label someone that is a cunt.
Now, I don't give my opinions on Drama Alert. In fact, that's the reason why my show is so successful. It's because we don't bombard you with opinions.
This is really where Keemstar's retardation is highlighted, right? Because he has the potential to criticize people and also be in the right.
And I'm trying to stay biased because I'm the news guy, just trying to get you the information, but this is bullshit.
You can easily brand Drama Alert as the biased news station. You can brand Drama Alert as the very opinionated news station. I think the best part about all this Drama Alert content is that he'll overhype it by screaming like a fucking ape on his Twitter videos.
Keemstar always overhypes his videos before he puts them out. No, I fucking don't. Dude, watch tonight's Drama Alert and tell me if I overhyped it. Trust me, this shit is fucking fire!
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I just filmed Leafy and the dog fucker. I am dying. I am fucking dying. It will be live on YouTube in about an hour and a half.
Well, I mean, I guess we can make it work out if she's willing to do hamsters. I'm just like not really a dogs person, you know?
I'll do hamsters.
I am dying. I am fucking dying.
Here's one awesome example of some content creation from Drama Alert. A 20-minute narration of a Tumblr post. Nope, there's nothing to supplement this audio. It's literally 20 minutes, and it's really 20 minutes of ad revenue. That's its only purpose. Keemstar knows all about friends. He's got a lot of friends. He's got a lot of friends because he's done stuff for all his friends. They were chatting in the DMs. They were friends. And the most critical point to us being friends is the fact that I helped you in some way. That means that we're friends.
Fake like they act like you're a friend or whatever, you're talking in DMs. Apparently, I heard Leafy was trying to help H3 out, get sponsorships, help him with network and all this stuff. They were friends. They were talking in the DM. In this video, you're laughing about Nick saying that about my kid, and you're supposed to be my friend, okay? I've got you sponsorship deals. I'm talking still. You're supposed to be my friend. I have you channel boxed, right? I've helped you grow, all right? I've helped you out.
It wouldn't surprise me if Keemstar thought him and I were friends. You know, just because I follow him back on Twitter, he's probably thinking, iDubbbz referred to me as buddy in the DMs. He must be my friend. So if he ever makes a video on me, I'm gonna say, we were friends. We were supposed to be friends. We were never friends, cunt. I'm not going to give you my hand in the Twitter DMs and say, by the way, I'm working on a video. You mind not deleting the shitty tweets that you post every single day? Because I need to collect a big fucking timeline of your god-awful hypocrisies and dumb shit that you post. Since Keemstar doesn't mind showing Tumblr posts and Twitter DMs as news, he shouldn't mind me showing our private Twitter conversation where he says he'd ruin my career if he didn't love my content. Wow, you love my content, Keemstar. Maybe we are friends. Maybe we are friends after all. You like the hour-long green alien dance? You like Slenderman Gangnam Style, dude? You like Overgrowth Let's Play? Oh, but that neglects the part where you say that you'll ruin my career. Oh, you'll ruin my career, Keemstar. Good fucking luck. You're not gonna ruin my career, you dumb piece of shit. And I've shown you why you're not gonna ruin my career. I'm smarter than you. You can't think before you speak. And I've never said this unironically, but I think this will be the first time I actually say it unironically and mean it. Kill yourself.
So I finally watched the iDubbbz video from beginning all the way to end. And so many of you keep asking me for an official response. Now at first I thought he was misleading with the DMs because someone sent me that part, but he actually wasn't. He showed that I said laughing out loud. I find it almost impossible to fight with people who I think are funny. iDubbbz knows I've been watching his videos forever. He knows I'm a fan of him. And he's fucking rolling on the ground with popcorn and fucking gnomes and shit. And I'm just not mad. It's funny. Like, I like that dude's videos.
On today's episode of Content Cop, we're going to examine some repeat offenders. I'm talking about the toy channels. Last time we looked at the toy channels, they were mainly interested in opening giant surprise eggs. No surprise here, they still are. I decided to title this section Visual Herpes because I don't feel like AIDS is contagious enough. I feel like herpes is transmitted pretty easily. And the same can be said for this garbage.
Hey everyone, Awesome Disney Toys here, and we're doing something crazy today! Okay, let's take a break from slicing this gummy bottle and do a little taste test. That's pretty good!
If you've seen one of these videos, you've seen them all. They all start and end the exact same fucking way. Mix gelatin with a liquid and you create a gummy bottle. What do I do now that I have this gummy bottle? Should I eat it? No, because it tastes like shit because we poured 50 packs of gelatin into the liquid.
I almost guarantee you, or I imagine that most of you have heard of its parent company known as...
Holy fuck, look at that sand. That one is so nice. Dude, that's the best one I've seen. Oh, shit. Wow. That one was stunning. Oh.
As Nexium. Now, Nexium has...
You have a lot of these toy channels that have just flat out disabled their dislike bar because why would they enable it? You have all these people giving their opinion that your channel and your content is absolute shit. However, you want to just keep making that content because you're getting views from little tiny children. It's just disappointing to type Spider-Man in the search bar and have shit like this show up. I wanted to watch the Spider-Man theatrical trailer. I didn't want to watch this cancer. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Content Cop. On today's episode, our suspect is Dennis the Menace Rohde. You may know him from his public pranks.
So it's like a good deed prank. So the invisible box prank is the car pee prank, the dent on the car prank. Welcome to sex on a plane prank.
But now his channel has moved toward tutorials. He's basically here to teach your kids how to prank.
So you want to know how to prank? Today, Crazy Russian Hacker and I are going to show you 5 Friday the 13th pranks you can pull with condiments. Check it out.
There's a wide variety of pranks that Dennis has taught the kids over the years, and what we're going to do in today's video is deconstruct some of these pranks, figure out why the pranks are as terrible as they are, and maybe get a sneak peek into the mindset of Dennis. One of the big downsides to some of Dennis's pranks is that they're really time-consuming and require a lot of effort.
So when you're finished, your window should look like this. Do this to every window in the house. They'll think that the entire house is filled with balloons.
In this video, he's not pulling the prank on anyone. He's just showing you what the prank could look like. If you want to pull the prank yourself, you're going to have to tape a bunch of balloons to all the doors and windows of the house. That's a lot of work for the outcome being, whatever will we do? I don't know, open the door. What do you know? It's not filled with balloons. Great fucking prank. Owned. For this next prank, Dennis is going to surround his friend's car with shopping carts while his friend's in the store shopping.
Yo, what are you doing? I'll put it back real nice. Don't ruin, I worked so hard on this, man.
Yeah, get a move on, worker bee. I'm over here trying to make a fucking prank. What are you doing? Fucking up my vibe. That's what you're fucking doing.
I got you. I'll put them right back in there nice and neat.
Alright, Dennis, let's see if all the hard work paid off.
Apparently, I got caught in the act.
You just got wrecked, dude. Yeah, you pranked yourself this time, Dennis.
Here's a classic prank. Get a paper cup and put a post-it note. Giant spider under this cup. Somebody please smash it. I've never seen a spider like this before. And then you want to tear it. Like the spider just tore his way out of there. It's a great way to make someone think there's a scary, deadly spider loose in the house.
Who are you pranking? An infant? Clearly it's not intended for an infant because you have writing on the outside of the cup. Someone clearly has to be old enough to read it, to fall for the prank. A spider escaped a fucking cup, tore its way through it. This is a very niche prank. This is for someone who is able to read, but is also beyond gullible, and also has a chunk of their brain taken out. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you can probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now, because today is the day we get to bully Leafy. Straight off the bat, I want to let all the newcomers to my channel know that I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne, I don't care. Make fun of them. I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy. You see, because if you're a pussy and you're hiding your putrid, malformed chin behind your hand, your sleeve, or your microphone, you're showing people that you are extremely self-conscious. You're showing people that you're a pussy, and that takes a lot of the oomph out of your bullying. I'll get more into that later in the video. Right now, I'd like to address what I like to call the anti-insult. The anti-insult is great. It's for people who want to make sort of crude remarks in their online videos but don't really want any backlash. You do the anti-insult and you'll win every time.
Driving a car, the Minecraft logo in the corner, his teeth. Nah, that. I'm not going to be talking about the kid today.
Nah, I'm not going to be talking about the kid today after showing a picture of his up snaggletooth to my millions of followers. A zoomed in picture of his up snaggletooth. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be talking about the kid today. I'm not going to talk about his up teeth. His teeth? The up thing in his mouth? I'm not going to talk about that. That would be a up thing for me to do. These things? Not going to do it. Not going to talk about those up nasty things. If you've ever watched a Leafy video, I'm sure at some point the thought popped in your head, hey, this video doesn't need to be 15, 20 minutes long. This video could have been 5 or 10 minutes long. What gives? What gives is that he has this horrible editing practice where he leaves in big chunks of audio where he repeats himself again and again and again.
Because today, I'm going to be... Oh god. Today, I'm going to be roasting, get this, my own fans.
Oh, holy this ought to be good.
A ton of people started tweeting me on Twitter basically saying, oh, Leafy, please roast me. Hey, Leafy, quick question. Can you please roast me? Yeah, Leafy, can you please, roast me, please? Yeah, Leafy, roast me.
Well, I guess I figured out why this is a 21-minute video.
No, but a ton of people that liked my videos out of nowhere just started tweeting at me, well, roast me.
Yeah, you've already said that 10 different ways.
There was just loads of people saying, Leafy, roast me.
Yes, dip. You have said that already.
But iDubbbz, you used to repeat yourself in videos all the time.
Well, then I really have to give thanks to my old age because I guess I've grown out of it. While we're on the topic of wasting people's time, I want to address these transition slides. I used to love these things. It's a great way to structure a very unorganized video. But Leafy's made me hate them because he has them played 8 seconds long. It probably does seem like an absurd piece of criticism for a Leafy fan who has drool leaking out of their mouth 24/7, who really just wants the Leafy video to last 12 hours. Well, I'm going to make the remainder of my transitions in this video 8 seconds long. Up until this point, they've been 2 seconds long, and I think that's plenty of time to read the stupid I have on screen. I want to bring your attention to this picture. This is a picture of Leafy at the little meetup, and there's no filter here. This is him in his natural environment. Unfortunately, a profile shot. If you look at anyone with a weak chin, their enemy is the profile shot. It ruins them. But I want to show you this video in his natural environment and show you really how timid the poor guy is.
Do you know who this is?
That's Leafy is queer, bro.
This is the boy himself.
You kind of have to feel bad for Leafy at this moment because not only is his chin open to the public, but he has this fat piece of touching on him.
Don't be scared, Leafy. Come on out. We're all a little bit up. It's nice to meet all you. I'm Justin. This is Leafy is here. Keemstar didn't show up. He will soon. I don't know, dude. Over-endangered beats are fucking.
He's at Katie's house.
Yeah, dude, just hide it. Hide that, please. Thank God that this gay trend caught on. Leafy's actually been coming out of his shell quite a bit recently. He's making more face cam videos. I love that too, by the way, calling them face cam videos. You know, for the rest of the planet who isn't afraid to show their face, we just call them videos. For a short time, I was very concerned about Leafy. I wasn't sure if he had no chin at all, or if he just had a very weak chin, because in some pictures he'd cover it up entirely. Some pictures you could almost see something peeking out there, but I wanted to find out for certain. So I pounded the pavement, printed out some flyers to see if anyone has found his lost chin.
Someone disappeared, huh?
No, it's just his chin disappeared.
Oh.
Hey folks, iDubbbz TV here. We're gonna go out onto the Oceanside Pier today and see if anyone wants to play a fun little game. Not at the expense of anyone, just a nice, good-natured, non-bullying, at least non-cyberbullying game. It's gorgeous.
Since none of the events in this video would have happened without Content Cop, we're going to briefly revisit a few key episodes so we can see exactly what happened here. And we'll start with the one about Keemstar. So like most episodes, this one starts off with Ian acting out some sort of slapstick sketch before switching to some good old-fashioned YouTube commentary, in which he unironically drops the N-word with a hard R less than 15 seconds after sitting down.
We're going to check out a channel that's best known for the phrase
He then quotes something else using the word once again, and that's not even bleeped, by the way, that's all me. So dropping racial slurs just to prove that the person you're talking about also drops racial slurs is definitely a shaky start, but Ian actually does have some real points in this video.
This dude is the most sensitive man on the planet.
See, Content Cop episodes were almost exclusively made on bad actors on the platform, people who actually did need to be called out. Ian was giving the people what they wanted and making plenty of good points as well, but the problem was for every good point, he had to throw in something like this. That way you never forgot that it was an iDubbbz video.
Even though I have 1,000 videos on the internet of me saying I'm gonna cry over this video.
That was the third one, by the way. So this mismatch of valid criticism with a complete lack of regard for delivery resulted in decent digs like this.
He has no filter, he'll just do it. And this has resulted in countless examples of him saying really regrettable shit.
Mixed in with completely terrible things like this.
I've never said this unironically, but I think this will be the first time I actually say it unironically and mean it. Kill yourself.
So yeah, how many views could you get in 2016 YouTube by making a few good but blatantly obvious points, throwing around racial slurs like it's nothing, and then telling the subject of your video to literally kill themselves? Well, 33 million, of course. Look, I know people still complain about commentary YouTube to this day, but dear God, at least it's not like that anymore. Anyway, lest you think I pulled a particularly risque episode of Content Cop, let's take a look at another one. That way you can see that Ian was literally always like this. So this next one was a Content Cop on banned YouTuber Leafy is here, and it racked up over 30 million views as well.
I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne, I don't care. Make fun of them. I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy.
Once again, this video is rightfully criticizing Leafy for his actions, specifically the way he used his giant platform to bully random children on the internet. But once again, the way Ian went about it was just extremely counterproductive.
This is a picture of Leafy at the little meetup, And there's no filter here. This is him in his natural environment. Unfortunately, a profile shot.
Bullying someone over their physical appearance to prove that you should not bully people over their physical appearance is definitely not the 4D chess move that everyone seemed to think that it was at the time. Nevertheless, Ian persisted, even going so far as to involve random strangers.
Someone disappeared, huh?
No, he's just his chin disappeared.
Oh.
Put the OK sign on the chin, just like that.
Looking back, I would actually say the main point of this video gets kind of lost in the sauce, as Ian seems like he spends more time talking about Leafy's chin than he does talking about actual valid criticisms against him.
This is what a normal human skull looks like. This is what Leafy's skull looks like.
Groundbreaking stuff, really. And YouTube treated it as such too, until they somewhat inevitably deleted the video in 2019 for being a pretty blatant breach of their bullying and harassment guidelines. Just like the Keemstar video, this was a well-deserved call out, but with an absurd execution.
My dick gets bigger, 'cause I'm a crazy.
Hey guys, just wanted to weigh in on something I've been thinking about for a while and just saw recently something that happened. Most of you guys probably know Leafy is here, a popular YouTuber who's been blowing up big time. And not only him, but a whole genre of YouTubers of these kind of commentary channels where they show video game footage and then talk about some kind of video and react to a video. I've been putting off talking about this because it's just, I'm actually friends with these guys, so it's awkward and it's uncomfortable. But for some reason, we as a community have been giving these guys a pass. So what happened? Leafy made a video about a guy like he usually does, calling him a fucking asshole, cringy, weirdo, you know, whatever, all the stuff he usually does. And it turns out that this guy is actually autistic and has a YouTube channel. He's a YouTuber. So essentially, he has made fun of someone who actually has a mental disability, and they made a video of themselves crying, saying they're getting death threats, and he's really upset. Before I talk about this, I need to acknowledge the fact that, you know, this is what we do on H3. We talk about other people as well. But we've been doing this for a long time, okay? And if you think that we haven't come across videos like this guy's, we've watched this guy's videos a lot of times. And we never made a video about him. You know why? Because we're not fucking assholes. Because it's just mean. He doesn't deserve to be made fun of. And I mean, if you look at Leafy's channel, all he does is make fun of kids and like vulnerable people, like Joey's World Tour. There's no sport in making fun of these people. It's just sad. They don't need to be made fun of. And now that Leafy's channel has blown up, he's sending like millions of like kids to just harass these people. And honestly, it is kind of just turned into bullying. I know we make fun of people, but we do our best to make sure that it's somebody who deserves it or who can take it. You know what I mean? We'd never find someone with 10 views and be like, hey, fuck this kid for trying to follow his passions and live his hobby. So here's the video he made about Tommy. Here's a video he made about a little girl who made a music video. Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a Joey's World Tour who's obviously has an eating disorder. Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a kid. Kid. Like, what the fuck, man? Can you just find, like, someone to pick on your own size? Like, I mean, seriously, dude. What's going on? You're just picking on kids. What's cool about this? And then he finds specific people to keep bullying. Like, Okay, here's Joey again. Here's Joey again. And I won't deny that that is a hilarious thumbnail, but hilariously sad. Making fun of a kid, making fun of a kid, making fun of a kid, making fun of a kid. It's like, dude, I don't know. At a certain point, I feel like it's just a little bit too much. It's just like a channel of straight bullying at this point. The cringiest kid on the entire internet. The cringiest kid to ever touch the internet. The cringiest kid to ever live in the entire universe. The cringiest kid to ever live in this world. Like, how do you even distinguish the videos from each other? It's stupid, honestly, that we've all gone this long giving these channels a pass who are cancerous. I'm serious. And like, look, me and Leafy are friends, you know? I feel like, I don't know, his videos have just gotten like out of control. And I mean, I understand the situation they're in because they make videos every day. And it's really hard to find something to talk about every day. But you gotta, you know, draw the line somewhere. At this point, it's literally just bowling. If you can find people worthy of being made fun of, then it's all great. But right now, this shit is out of control. And I just want to say for the record that we are hypocrites for, you know, not speaking out about it sooner, because this shit is fucked up. And since Leafy's blowing up right now, you see his channel on every related, recommended in every, you know, video side page because of the algorithm of YouTube. And they're promoting this guy, and people are going to click that and be like, oh, this is what's popular on YouTube? It's someone bullying someone with autism, or bullying someone who has obviously like eating disorder. The guy needs help, support, not fucking ridicule by 1,000 raging kids on the internet. It's a bit of a rant, and I may seem like a bit of a hypocrite since it's essentially what we do on H3, but I mean, look, I don't know. I always thought we were a little more delicate than that, and I just would like to see that same delicacy across the board, because this is not the community that, I mean, I think most of us want to be a part of.
Who is this cute little lesbian, and how tight is her pussy? Yo, what's going on, everybody? Receding hairline here. I'm sure you guys went and saw the Leafy response video already, where he systematically dismantled each and every one of my arguments.
Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Fucking hell.
The first thing I'd like to address is how frequently Leafy's playing the victim card. I mean, it's really hard to believe from someone like Leafy. That's what he criticized Keemstar for doing.
And of course, there's gonna be a lot of dislikes this week as well.
This video is gonna get spammed with dislikes. Oh, boo-hoo. Please show me support, guys. Thank you for all the support recently. Shut the fuck up. By the way, Leafy, why did you ban me from commenting on your video? I was just gonna say something supportive like, it doesn't matter if you don't have a chin, Leafy. We still love you. But then I try to use my alternate account to see if I can post anything, and I can, but I can't use words like chin or iDubbbz in the comment. I know you were very personally insulted by the video, but that was kind of the fucking point. I'm not here to shut down your channel, believe it or not. I found this on Twitter a few days ago, and it's so true
that it's scary.
First, Calvin starts by bullying someone.
This motherfucker right here rapes people with that hat on.
Then causes some YouTube drama.
Fucking 30 years old. We got a 30-year-old man.
His shitty behavior backfires.
Perfect.
And then what does he do? He plays victim.
This is all at the same time of getting non-stop comments like this. Of course, this pussy is ignoring the drama.
A good portion of Leafy's response was addressing the whole chin thing. I thought that was just a funny meme in my video, to be honest, but he seemed to think it was an important point in the video, so he spent a good amount of time defending himself.
While me and all these other people are insecure about ourselves and have to hide our chin, our face, our ears.
That was a very weak and drawn-out segment, and you pretty much just told me, yes, I am actually very ashamed of my weak chin. Today we're going to talk some shit about tech destruction channels. I'm sure you guys have seen them. They will tie some fireworks to an iPhone and blow it up, or they'll shove an iPhone in a donkey's ass to see if it survives. There's dozens of these channels, and really they survive on shock value. Oh, what happens if you put an iPhone in Coke and freeze it? Who knows? Maybe it'll get fucking cold.
That's a big waste of money.
There are a lot of YouTube videos that get a shit ton of views because they go the route of excess. They'll use a shit ton of Orbeez in a pool. They'll fill a pool with Coke in the case of Tech Racks, or slime, or dry ice, or whatever. The reason I bring this up is because it speaks to the mindset that a lot of these channels have. They know that if you empty 1,500 gallons of pig's blood into a pool, that's enough to get views. You actually don't even have to do anymore. You don't actually have to even go in the pool and dance around in it, or play Marco Polo, or do anything remotely entertaining.
Bro, can you do me a favor and dip your head in there?
Alright. There we go.
Put water guns in the pool. Spray each other in the mouth with some fucking Coke using the water guns.
Feels quite nice, man. I gotta say.
Man.
Whip your dick out and ejaculate into it, for fuck's sake. I'm here to help you. Give me 1,500 gallons of Coke, or Pepsi, I'm not exactly sure what they ended up using, and a giant pool. I will make a video 1,500 times better than the video that you made. Occasionally you'll have an epic moment where the dude doing the commentating sounds like a real fucking genius, and use words like initial impact.
There's the initial creator, guys. I'm gonna show you guys the initial impact here. The top layer is everywhere. Might be messing up in the internals of the iPhone. Just a little bit of a closer analysis of what happened. This is the initial impact from the impact zone. That is insane.
I was actually just gonna make fun of him for using the term initial impact when there was only one impact, but I don't think I can really ignore everything else. You have a woman in a red dress in a field, looks like an indie film, then she just very lazily flops onto a cake, and that's it. That's the whole fucking video. They cut it in half so you can see what the middle of it looks like. These guys do realize there's more tech out there than just iPhones. I mean, I know there is an appeal to destroying something as pristine as an $800 brand new iPhone. If you want, you can buy a MacBook and just break it over your knee. Get a fucking DSLR and just put a railroad spike right through the lens.
Mojo? Fuck. Like, literally, if iDubbbz broke both of his legs and lost all of his subscribers, I would be genuinely happy. Like, he's a terrible person. Like, you're white and you just say the N-word.
I tweeted him, and I don't remember exactly what I said. I'm sure you can find it, but it was like, you have 5 million subscribers, you say the N-word in your video. Like, that's not cool. Kill yourself. And I didn't delete it because that wasn't my feelings, you know? Like, I don't fuck with him. I can't believe he has 5 million subscribers. I do think that's racist. I know some people may disagree. I deleted it because I don't like saying kill yourself. I guess he never responded. I never saw a response. I never thought anything of it again. Like, I don't know, it was just a one-time thing. I didn't fuck with him, I didn't fuck with his videos. So now fast forward to the future. I guess the guy that came to my show trying to get me to say the N-word in my video that I'm crying over, that I was terrified over, literally contemplated like canceling my tour. Now I have to like get all these metal detectors, all these security because I'm fucking terrified. This guy that legitimately terrified me was iDubbbz.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. Today's theme on Content Cop is equality. That's right, I've made a lot of videos about dudes with dicks. But this time, I'm gonna make a video about a woman with a vagina. We're talking about Tana Nojewel. She is a storytime YouTuber who speaks from the heart, but also embellishes her stories very heavily. To generalize her channel, I would compare it to the Uber driver kidnapped me meme. In fact, I believe that meme was born from her channel, because her life is fucking crazy. She gets kidnapped, she gets banged, and she fights people. Her life is fucking bananas. Nah, I'm just kidding, it's not bananas. It's actually very mundane. If you boil down any of her videos, you realize, holy shit, I've gotten in arguments before. Someone has lied about me before. I've had a horrible experience with customer service representatives as well. For those of you who don't follow the drama, I'll give you a brief rundown of what's happened so far. A couple months ago, Tana Mojo tweeted at me that she was very unhappy with my use of the N-word. I didn't respond to her tweet. Instead, I did a bit of research and I found out that she used the dreaded N-word in the past. But she didn't use the N-word in the same way that I use it. She used it in a very mean-spirited way.
You know you're a stupid right? You fucking
Growing up in Vegas, everybody said those words, and I didn't even know that they were considered racist at all. They were in rap songs, and I totally thought it just meant like homie or like friend.
She does a very poor job of trying to explain it away. She's saying, I was 13 or 14, I didn't understand the use of the word. I always thought it meant friend or homie, despite my use of it being, you know you a stupid right? No one says friend or homie in that way, Tana. Also, you can't plead ignorance because every high school student in America has learned about slavery. I don't know what you're fucking on about.
But it's hard to be filled with regret because I was just ignorant and uninformed. My parents never said anything. No one ever told me. Until like 4 years later when people were like, hey, these are racist. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's in every rap song. Like, Mac Miller says that he's white. Like, what's...
Well, they never say it with hard R in rap songs. Obviously, her explanations are dog shit. None of it adds up. So what I decided to do was take this word that she's so fucking passionate about, that she tweets at me, kill yourself, and that she'll vilify me on her live streams about, and I decided to take it to her front door and see how she'd react if I simply asked her to say the dreaded N-word.
I may finally have found a place where I can be home.
N-word. 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 What else can be said about this topic that hasn't been said already? Not much. Pretty much everyone said it already. But here's some clips of Tana saying that context isn't important.
Okay, but when you're reading it, even if you're just saying it, even if you're reading something that somebody else says, you're saying, I'm a white person and I think it's okay to say that word.
It doesn't matter the context that you say it in, it's still racist.
It doesn't matter the context you say it in, it's still racist. Listen up, teachers of America. If you've ever read aloud Huckleberry Finn to your students, you've engaged in an act of racism.
The supporters call themselves N-word like that's what they call each other.
Oh, Tana, you're gonna drop the F-bomb like that? Listen, Tana, it doesn't matter the context you use it in. It's still homophobic. Obviously, that's just a bit of hyperbole on my part, but I think it illustrates the point quite well that we are very fucking stupid to hold the word at this colossally high standard, whereas every other slur, that can be used in a comedic sense or an editorial sense, but not this one, because that one has history. Well, guess what, fucking all the other ones have history too. Head? Yeah. Asian people didn't get their fucking heads ran over in World War II. They weren't thrown into internment camps. But you can't say that one because it's got sort of it's guttural. Either all of them are okay or none of them are okay. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video and put up with, the phrases. I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And that's just so dangerous and stupid. But if you try to come online and tell me that I can't say a particular word, but you say words that are just as offensive, in the famous words of Tana Mojo,
kill yourself.
It's literally like the definition of desensitizing society to the N-word and taking us a million steps back.
Tana, you are dumb. It is the exact opposite. This is a very important lesson in critical thinking. Have you or your friends ever said a word so frequently that it's lost a lot of the initial punch that it had, and eventually it just lost all meaning entirely? You should say yes, because it happens all the time. I remember initially hearing the word cunt and how awful that sounded, but I've used it so frequently that it means fucking nothing to me now. Cunt. Cunt. Tech cunt. Tech cunt here. Okay, cunt. So all of you people out there who hold these words at such high esteem, you are giving it the power that you so desperately want it to not have. Another point that people like Tana seem to miss is that you can critique people's use of the word. You can even critique my going to your show and doing it in that sense. You can say, well, that wasn't even funny, because it really wasn't. I replaced say cheese with say. How funny is that? Not really funny, but what is funny is your reaction to it. So yes, you're allowed to be critical of someone's use of the word. If you think it's not funny or you think it's cringy, leave in the comments. When you said the word my dick retracted inside of my body. It's incredible how much more intelligent you would have looked if during the event where I came and said say if you just said, wow, you're a very uncomfortable person, and you're not very funny. What a pathetic joke. You would have just destroyed me. But you couldn't do that, because you're the most predictable human being on the planet.
And I do everything I can to spread the message of being against racism. What more can I do?
Spread the message of being against racism. I'm against racism. It sounds like it was said by a 5-year-old. I'm also gonna spread the message of being against rape and being against murder. It's bad. This is the epitome of being a basic bitch. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy. I wouldn't label Tana a racist.
You fucking
No, not because she's a crusader for Black Lives Matter.
I mean, honestly, would I make my Twitter name Black Lives Matter for months when everyone was telling me to change it if I wasn't such a giant fucking advocate for Black Lives Matter?
I wouldn't deem her a racist because I don't know what's in here or what's in here. But the fascinating part about all of this is that she won't offer me or any of you guys the same level of respect.
It's like, no one fucking cares that he's a racist, and it sucks so bad. Being a fucking racist, you're fucking racist, and that's not fucking cool.
Let's go for a picture, because this camera's like for the future.
Say
Walks up to me and he kind of like locks his arm around me, like around my neck like this, and it wasn't like it was like a chokehold or anything. It was very like firm and like tight, like I couldn't have really gotten it out, if that makes sense. I'll explain that in a second. And so the guy looks at me and he wraps his arm around me and he looks in the camera and he goes, say, and he puts his thumbs up and then like blank, and he says the N-word, like hard R N-word, like say N-word, like hard R, like smiling loud as fuck, like yells it, and then like looks at me and looks at me in the camera, like
say.
Please imagine, like, say blank, like yelling, thumbs up, arm locked around me. And I literally, like, I don't even know how to describe this moment to you guys. I never understood how people would feel in moments like that where you were scared for so many reasons, for your life, for other people's lives. So then I kind of try to, like, break free, you know what I mean? Like get his arm away from me, and so, like, the first time I tried to, like, he didn't, like, let go. And that's where my brain instantly is like, okay, does he have a gun? Does he have a knife? Like, whatever. This was very quick. It wasn't like he held me in for much longer. And then I pull away harder and finally pull away. That's where my brain is like, do I run? Do I scream? Do I cry? Do I hide? Do I cuss him out? Do I ask him what's wrong? Like, I don't know what to do, you know? And he's just looking at me like, with the creepiest, most terrifying smile.
In this section of the video, I want to address the exaggerations and small details that she embellishes just to make the story more interesting.
And I look at him and I'm like, no, and like we had to kick him out. He was like trying to fight people, and it was really a sketchy situation, to be honest with you. He was like trying to fight people, and
We're getting kicked out apparently. I just want I'm VIP though. I'm VIP. That was just a bit of editing. No punches were actually thrown. Believe it or not, I wasn't there to fight 12-year-olds or your security detail. If you can't tell, I'm not the strongest, most ripped dude on the planet, wasn't really interested in fighting, just interested in the little bit of tomfoolery with you. Another thing that Tana got wrong that really infuriates me is she said I gave a thumbs up. I'm not a fucking animal, Tana. I wouldn't give a thumbs up after saying a racial slur.
And it puts his thumbs up, yelling, thumbs up.
Here's a few more details that she just got wrong, just for no fucking reason at all. Like, you can easily research any of this shit.
Bought a $200 ticket to my meet and greet at my show.
Like, he's 30. He's a 30-year-old man. He knows what the word means.
And his 5 fucking million subscribers are all just fine. PewDiePie has 50 million subscribers and he could do a lot with that. He could come on and definitely say, you know, that was wrong and racism is wrong, and having a president that advocates for inequality, racist acts, hate crimes. This could only be the beginning because of the person that is telling the entire world it's okay to be like this. We are the next generation.
Tana, you are not a social activist, nor are you a good person because you're bloviating on end about being against racism and being for equality and spreading positivity. If you really want to be this social activist character and you really want to be known for that, then go out in the streets and march with feminists and take off your shirt and write "free the nipple" on your chest and do shit like that. Because I feel as if that's sort of the impact you want to put out there on society. But if it's not and you just want to continue being a basic bitch, then just say at the beginning of each of your videos, I'm spreading the message of equality. I'm going to wrap up this video with a phrase that most logical people can get behind. I mentioned it earlier in the video, and that is, it's either all okay or none of it's okay. It's important to remember if you ever mistakenly identify a word as off limits. No words are off limits. You're allowed to get offended by the words and say, oh, I didn't like that very much. But for you to come at the person and say, you're a bad person for saying this, you're racist for saying this. At the end of the day, everything's a choice. Black people can choose to get offended by black slurs. Asian people can choose to get offended by Asian slurs. White people can choose to get offended by black slurs. And Tana among you can choose to get offended by black slurs. At the end of the day, it seems like white people are really just trying to make up for all of the torment that we've inflicted on black people. Well, keep at your crusade. I'm going to continue to act like they're normal human beings.
Paying that much attention. I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a fuck about the content cops. Everybody acts like they're so exciting when they come out. I don't watch them. I've watched them before. I don't care.
He's really smart. He's really good at what he does. He's never like, and it took me a long time to realize that, because for a long time I was just like, why me? And then I realized, like, it's you, because like he never ever will make a content cop about somebody who doesn't come for him first. And I didn't know that, and I was entitled. And I was
in what way did you come for him? You called him out for saying the N-word?
In a horrible way, in like the meanest. Like,
you made a video?
No, actually my boyfriend at the time was obsessed with his videos, and then I heard like 30 seconds of it, like 10 seconds of it. I just hear him saying the N-word. This white guy saying the N-word. I've said it in the past. There are vines of me saying it. I don't even.
And how old were you in those?
I don't know the specific age, but like 13, 14, 15. It ranges.
Yeah, I really don't think we should be calling up 13-year-olds for saying the N-word. To be honest,
but I was stupid about it. I was really, and I tweeted him and was like, I can't believe you do that. Like, kill yourself. Like mean as shit. Like,
you were 16?
Probably like 16 or 17.
And you had a ton of
18,
followers, and you're calling out iDubbbz. That is pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it was stupid. I was so wrong. And so then he just went low key, didn't reply to it. I deleted the tweet, and he made a content cop on me, and I fucking
like right after or what?
No, it was like a few months after he like came to my meet and greet. You know, you've like seen it all, yeah. But I deserved it 100%, and the content cop was good.
I feel like you've like swallowed up this like self guilt. At the end of the day, you were calling out a white dude for saying the N-word. That's pretty common, right?
But where did I have the room to call him out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely didn't really have like a reason to, but it still seems like a fairly like legitimate concern.
For someone maybe who didn't have like dirty hands like me, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah. Kind of hypocritical, that's true.
Super hypocritical.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean white guys all the time who say the N-word, and it's weird because I'm like, man, if people knew, like, geez. That's good.
That makes sense. But yeah, no, that was the first time in life I felt like I got a lot of hate.
So
but it was.
Did you lose like a ton of subs and stuff? It was just a little temporary loss, right?
I probably lost like 100,000 subscribers though.
That's pretty serious.
And then more probably, honestly. And
Did
then,
it hurt? Were you like sitting at home stressing out?
Dude, that was the first time I ever felt any form of like sadness or upset towards the hate at all in my life. Like doing YouTube, like I bawled my eyes out every day for like weeks. Like I wanted to kill myself. I literally wanted to die. Like, because everything I love so much, everything I worked so hard for was like crumbling before me, and the only person I could blame was myself.
But what was crumbling? The numbers, really?
And people's credibility for me. Like, you know what I mean? I felt like my reputation would forever be like ruined, and it just broke my heart because I loved YouTube so much, and I felt like I made a big mistake that really like hurt my, you know what I mean? And it probably always will hurt me in certain ways, like the YouTube rewind, like they will probably never want to have me or whatever, like, you know, like things like that. It probably will always fuck it up a little bit.
You know, shout out iDubbbz and everything, but I'm kind of glad that my line of work doesn't involve like making 16-year-old girls cry for weeks at a time.
I don't know, I deserved it.
Yeah, but I feel weird about people who make exposed videos. Like people
Yeah, I
always,
think that's so
I
whack.
think like, how do you go to bed at night making an exposed video?
But I feel like he doesn't make them on people unless they like come for him first.
He's like Dexter. He only kills bad people.
No,
like, is that
The thing in defense is that I don't ever really like take his videos as being so like the accusations are never so serious that it's like career destroying shit to me. If anything, it's more like here's some corny ass shit that you did, or here's some hypocritical shit you did. But I don't know, like to be honest, like I don't think I'm big enough that iDubbbz would give a shit about making an exposed video about me. But I feel like if he did, that it would just kind of be like, you know,
yeah, I feel like mine was
I've just
also,
taken so much hate over the years that it would kind of blend in. It would be bigger, but it wouldn't be. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like mine was so detrimental because I was on the biggest part of my come up at that time. Like I just wrapped a giant tour where I was doing huge sold out shows. Like my numbers were gaining so hard. Like I feel like everyone was talking about me in an amazing way. Like nobody hated me. And like I was super fucking hypocritical and I was super wrong. You know what I mean? And so it was like, I feel like that's why that video was so much. I mean, that video has like 20 million views now, I think. Like 15 million, yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
So, do you feel like you recovered from that initial damage, though? I mean, that was a while
I
ago.
want to say yes, but I'm scared to say yes because then if something bad happens to me in like 5 days, I'm gonna look like a dumb bitch.
No, because, dude, at the end of the day, like, you or Keemstar, anybody who, like, makes it through the fire in that regard, it's like you become stronger after that. Because it's like with Keemstar, you can't imagine anybody calling him out worse than when he got content
What did
copped.
he get called out for?
Just being racist, of course. Fucking, I don't know, just, you know, being a dirtball, basically.
I definitely think I learned a lot. I definitely think I'm a stronger person. I definitely think I'm a smarter person. I wouldn't go back and change it. Like, I feel like I learned so much as a person, and I've never spoken to iDubbbz ever in my life, but in a way I am like, you know what I mean? Like, him doing that taught me a lot. So, like, you know, I don't know. I feel like I'm a wiser, smarter person from it all, and at least that did happen to me in the beginning of my career. So now I'm prepared for absolutely anything. I feel like career-wise, detrimentally wise, like I feel like I'm prepared for people to hate me. I'm prepared for people to dislike me. I'm prepared for, you know, that's why like comments on like you guys' vlogs, someone's like, man, I hate Tana. I'm like, okay.
If you clicked on this video with the sole intention to watch me lampoon this guy who's been made fun of for the past 3 months, you're going to be sorely disappointed because this video is not about this obnoxious, arrogant asshole. It's about an entirely different obnoxious, arrogant asshole. Some of you might be pleasantly surprised with who this video is actually about. I'll give you a hint. He's very boastful. He's made a video on me. Dinga-dinga-dinga-dinga. That's right, everyone. I'm talking about Asian Jake Paul.
You can't just hide for months and make a 20-minute video and randomly, no one even knows, and surprise everyone and just drop it on my head. You can't just do that.
I'm doing that. I'm doing it right now.
If you were to make a Rice Gum content cop, I mean, that would blow him up even more.
Oh no! I didn't title it that. I guess I'm not gonna blow up. Jake Paul, you've made a wonderful scapegoat, so I don't have to give this bit of mucus the satisfaction of having his name in the title or his face in the thumbnail. Now that all of that is out of the way, we're going to react to a video that this hype beast released about a year ago, essentially begging for a content cop.
I don't really care at all, but I kind of really want him to make one on me. I really don't care, but I kind of really want him to make one on me.
These are quite obviously conflicting statements because you have no idea what strategy to actually go with. Should I be super confident and act as if I want a content cop, or should I act as if I don't care at all? I don't know, let's try both.
He'll roast my appearance, whatever. He'll probably bring up some old pictures of me from way back then when I looked weird.
What are you talking about? It's like you watched the Leafy video and thought, this is all this guy does is roast people's appearance. I could stave off all criticism by showing pictures of myself when I was a goofball kid. I like you when you're a goofball kid. That's perfectly fine. Those pictures are great. You should show the clip of you saying the rape comments is what you should be doing.
What, he raped you? No, but did it feel good though? How long did the rape last for?
5 minutes or less.
Oh, okay, so it's not that bad. Did you sue him and shit or no? Guys, if you want to rape her, she won't sue you, so. If you were to make one on me, what would he say?
It seems like he wants to move past the rape comments, and I don't blame him. I would want to move past those as well. But I'm not going to let him off the hook that easy, because it seems like he has this disregard for what he can be criticized for.
What would he say?
And I just want to spell it out. Hey, dumbass. You did something stupid in the past, you can be criticized for it.
Hey, she'll let me smash, bro. Bro, she'll let me pipe her shit. Yeah, bro, she definitely wants to fuck me. Bro, she low-key got some titties. I think she's 16 to 15. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She got some titties on her, bro.
When it comes to showing off the rapper lifestyle, whether it be with women or money, he has the most generic taste imaginable. Let me pile 14 women in front of me to show you that I get women. Do you believe that I'm not gay yet? I'm trying to make up for that time when Fousey was basically fondling me for a minute straight on video. Check out these next clips where I basically lie to some girls on my stream.
No, but I'm not streaming though. I just wanted to call you.
Oh, you're not?
No, I just wanted to call you and just talk.
I'm not live right now, right?
No. Basically, we were just chilling on Omegle. She didn't know that I was live to 3,000 people.
With a lot of these interactions, it's sort of the ends justify the means, because by the end of the stream, they're giddy with excitement because they got all these new followers for appearing on the stream. Oh my gosh, you are lying to me? You're such a goofball. But of course, they won't always act so coy when you've been caught lying to them.
So you know those messages you sent me saying that it was only streamed once and that it was not recorded and no one else would get it?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I've been sitting here watching your stream
for
like an hour, and you replayed it.
And even after that happened, it's like he didn't even realize that it was a bad thing.
Then she found out it was pretty funny. I just fucking dipped and then just wait till the last clip, homie.
You shouldn't just do that without talking to people.
I left! Holy shit, dude! I'm getting off stream.
For this next segment, I'm going to remove myself as a critic, and instead I'm going to speak as a fan. Because me and all the other fans want to know what happened to the clickbait challenge winner.
And last but not least, make sure to put hashtag clickbait challenge in the description, because at the end of 2 weeks, the video with the most views will win a humongous prize. So go out, get creative, and let's get clickbaiting.
Yeah, but we're still waiting for the winner. You didn't announce it. Not on YouTube, not on Twitter, not on Facebook, not on Instagram, not even on Google+. You don't have to divulge any private information. It was a public competition where there's a public winner, the person who got the most views within those 2 weeks, who used hashtag clickbait challenge. There is one thing that you really shouldn't say, and that's something along the lines of, I'm not going to announce the winner because I respect their privacy.
I'm not live right now, right?
No.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. I didn't know if I was going to have to make this video or not. Turns out I don't have to. I recorded some footage in anticipation of taking a massive L, but it was a big W. That being said, I'm going to go through the video point by point and just sort of give my take on it.
In the video, he portrays me as like this money hungry. I only care about money. I only care about fame and myself.
No, I don't portray you that way. You portray yourself that way. That's why I used video clips of you portraying yourself that way.
Since he made a diss track, I mean, that's kind of what I started and, you know, kind of what I do. He kind of like stole that.
You didn't start diss tracks. If you want to make the claim that you popularized them, that's perfectly legitimate.
He just really went hard and you just gotta give him props for it.
Well, I don't want your props. You can shove your props straight up your ice hole because I think you're a garbage human being and I want nothing to do with you.
What, he raped you? No, but did it feel good though? So he made sure to put this at the start of the video so everyone sees it, right?
Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? You're acting as if this is some Logan Paul feud. I'm not here to be friends with you, okay? I'm here to explain why you're worthy of criticism.
But out of everyone, iDubbbz should not be the one calling me out for it.
Rape is good.
Like, I know I fucked up, but like, iDubbbz really, out of everyone to call me out, this guy calls me out.
Well, you have some pretty horrible comprehension because I was hardly calling you out for it. I used it as a point to illustrate that you can be criticized for it. I didn't say that I'm morally superior to you, because it seems like he has this disregard for what he can be criticized for.
What would he say?
And I just want to spell it out. Hey, dumbass, you did something stupid in the past. You can be criticized for it.
If she's not mad, why are you guys mad? But anyways, I guess sorry isn't enough. I mean, I guess I really fucked up.
In this video, you're hyper-focused on the idea that people aren't forgiving you even though you've apologized, and she's clearly not mad at you, and you've done all you can to prove that there's no bad blood between you two. And that's fine. That's a good first step. You kind of have to show that you've changed. But what you've done in this video is you've shown that you have not changed at all.
Feel bad because, not to just you though, just to all the rape victims out there, and just like, it wasn't funny, you know what I mean?
No, you didn't
I'm
read it.
sorry.
I know you
I'm gonna go back. Could I kiss you back? Why do you...
I mean...
Did it feel good? That was by far the worst acting performance I've seen in my life. Bro, that was so pathetic. Like, you could have tried a second time and maybe, put a little bit more emotion on it.
Nice, nice. Forget about the apology. You figured it out. Deus Ex, Human Defiance, 8-bit.
Is iDubbbz deleting his videos, hiding something from us because he's insecure about his old videos?
In this section, he brings up my old videos, and it really pisses me off because he makes me look cute and adorable, but that's not what I am. I'm a tough, edgy guy. But his main point is that people's content change with their personality, and to that I agree, which is why I made a content comp on him in the first place. You said that you had high school humor.
The point I'm trying to make is 2 years ago, I had that high school humor, I was young, I was just making stupid jokes.
And what I'm proposing to you is that your humor has not changed very much at all in the span of 2 years.
Someone has to say it, but like, what is that? What is this, Vicky? I'm sorry guys, someone has to say it. And there was that one grandma in the wheelchair, she really liked chocolate, whatever. They kind of look alike.
Yeah, I can't say it looks like the humor's that different from 2 years ago. You know, if I'm gonna have the balls to go to Tana's fan meetup and say slurs at her and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs, I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very... not edgy. I don't think they some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos, and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human, I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty. I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I, kept making this hurtful content. I ended up pivoting it into other things because I felt bad about it, like innately. But it's still something that I struggle with, and I don't want you to interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing. I'm not confident in my ability to entertain, and I think if I had to rely on my personality to entertain people, that I wouldn't have any amount of success, and that is really hard to come to terms with. I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious, and I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say. It doesn't matter what my intentions are. Like, if I'm hurting people, I'm hurting people. And, who the fuck knows what my intentions are? Like, sarcasm and, like, jokiness and jokey tone only goes so far, especially over the internet. Even in real life, that's, like, an impossible thing to know with 100% certainty. I've just always had this dumb philosophy that I'm not responsible for, my audience and how they behave beyond what content I put out. And that's stupid. And it's led to a lot of hate and a lot of bad outcomes. And I just want to make it clear that I am absolutely responsible for my audience. And, I guess if you want to, look out for people who are red flags, it's definitely people who had my mentality that say, I'm not responsible for what my audience does. I know that this apology isn't enough. I've clearly done a lot of damage. These videos have been up for a long time and have accumulated millions of views. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be like acceptable. I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video I'm going to match and donate to an organization that would have been particularly affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing, this is just the start. I don't feel like a lot of this content represents me as a person, at least not anymore. There was a time where it probably perfectly represented me because I was a nasty, apathetic, insecure person. Now that I don't feel like it represents me and I want to distance myself from it and keep it from, indoctrinating more people, I'd like to unlist the videos so that people, can access them still for whatever, purposes they might want to do that for. But it's not being proliferated on the website. I feel like that's the best solution, at least for the time being. And for anyone who liked those videos, I want this video to be an example and a lesson for you. You can like content, but you can also think that it's irresponsible and it's hurting other people. So just tap into that part of your brain that's saying like, oh, okay, it's probably not that important that this video stays online because truthfully, I've seen it, I've experienced the content, but it's done a lot of damage. We can just let it go. I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person and then harassed her online, and that's deplorable behavior. It's so stupid. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video and put up with, you know, the phrases. I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And that's just so dangerous and stupid. Anyone who thinks that I should be shouting the N-word from the rooftops, I don't want to be your cup of tea. I went on a boxing podcast. I was basically like trying to walk back my Tana content cop. You know, I was still very like insecure and uncomfortable with the fact that I made that video, and but I was still coping. You'll see me struggle in this clip to, you know, say that it was wrong.
So I just wanted to let you talk on that, right? Because obviously using the N-word is definitely frowned upon by a lot of people, especially by a non-African American, but I was just curious.
That was a very weird video because I wanted to like criticize her for her like sort of flagrant use of it. I've been pretty flagrant about it too, not in the same way. And I thought there was a message to be shared there, and I don't think it was particularly. It was okay in criticizing her, but I think I probably wasn't the person to deliver the message, if that makes sense. There was a message that I was trying to put out there, and like, I'm not really the person to put out that message. I don't regret making the video. I think, you know, there's bits and pieces to take from it that I think are valuable, but, you know, I probably wouldn't make it these days. I'm very grateful to those guys and how they broached the subject because, you know, it didn't put me on the defensive. It just made me realize, like, I'm stupid. I'm stupid, and I really need to, like, acknowledge these things. Like, what am I doing? I'm still trying to make excuses for myself and, like, you know, why I made that video. It's like, it was a dumb idea. I harassed someone. I was saying slurs, and I was trying to justify it all. In closing, I want to say that I have always thought that I was an empathetic person because I thought, well, I get angry, I get sad, of course I got empathy. Seems easy, right? Empathy? I definitely have that. There were moments where like a dog would die in a film and I'd cry. So it's like, of course I have empathy. But I never did. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. And I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is you know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up, potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy if you know, experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it. Back in April, I flew out to Battle Creek, Michigan to meet a fellow YouTuber that goes by the name of Airsoftfatty. I'm sure you guys have seen some of his videos. His most popular ones are Fortnite Chug Jug Challenge and When Lightsaber Dueling Goes Horribly Wrong. Watch till the end.
I think I just shit myself.
Airsoftfatty makes a wide variety of content.
What you'll need is some turkey or sandwich meat and hot dogs.
One day he will upload meat salad, the next day he'll upload Cranberries Zombie Cover Practice 1.
Oh, hey, hey, hey.
There is nothing that's off limits for Fatty to upload, with the exception of like, I was gonna say weight loss, but he's even uploaded weight loss stuff.
17. Let's go. Where we are.
This guy's unstoppable. I was kind of curious about Fatty's life. You know, I'd seen his videos for so long. I wanted to know if he was playing a character. I wanted to know what he's like off camera, what he's like around his friends and family, what his eating habits are.
I like my noodles to be a little dry.
I wanted to know all that I could learn about Airsoftfatty, and I think the best way of doing that was going directly to the source.
This is a bit awkward because I really like iDubbbz. I don't know if I'm allowed to call him a friend because we don't really talk. But I respect him a lot. He's a good dude. I work with him. And I think a lot of people share this opinion that I have of him, if you enjoy my content at least. I would even go as far as say he's an important figure for the internet. Big words, okay? High pedestal. So what happened? What happened with iDubbbz to fall so far down to the low, disgusting, despicable, unexplainable title of simp? iDubbbz and simp. Those two things do not match. iDubbbz Chad. I go boogahoo. What happened? Well, this whole thing started about a week ago when iDubbbz's girlfriend posted online that she started an OnlyFans account. I'm very excited to announce my lewd OnlyFans account. Check me out, link below. I'm very excited. She's very excited, guys, to provide cute cosplay photo sets and more. This is also in another very timely manner of simp meme being just peak meme right now. This whole thing just could not have collided more perfectly. So now, of course, what do people do? Well, they endlessly call iDubbbz a simp online. This has been going on for a long time now. Let's hope that iDubbbz becoming a simp is what brings Leafy back from the dead. All right, I wouldn't go that far. Simp! Babe, it's 4 p.m. Time for my OnlyFans photo shoot. Yes, honey. Can I go now? I guess. The fact that even iDubbbz can become a simp really makes me fucking depressed. Yeah, the fact that even iDubbbz.
To be clear, I subscribed to her OnlyFans account. It's my first time subscribing to an OnlyFans account. And listen, you guys called him a simp, so I wanted to get into the mind of a simp, and I got an OnlyFans. In order to catch a simp, you gotta be a simp. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Catch a predator, you gotta be a predator.
That's right. Ask Chris Hansen. I'm sure he's got some kids in his closet. Now, looking into this iDubbbz situation. If you aren't familiar, he's a big creator on this platform. Makes a lot of content, commentary series called Content Cop that made him very popular back in the day. Internet is ablaze. People won't stop telling us, cover this, cover this. Apparently, iDubbbz's girlfriend, who's a streamer, has made an OnlyFans account. And everybody has gone crazy. They've been sending me memes, sending me messages. Here's the thing, man. Honestly, when I saw this, I'm like, how is this a thing? I will attest to the fact that I think for a lot of people, it's not a thing. People are just posting memes and they're having a laugh, and I think that's fine. You should be able to crack jokes about that. Let's all laugh. But then there's people who are really like mad. Like I saw some comments and I was like, whoa, you guys are like legitimately devastated, or some people are like really angry at him. And my thing is like, why do you care? I don't understand what the problem is with somebody being fine with the fact that their girl has an OnlyFans. He seems very supportive. Good for them. You know, some people are like, I don't feel like he's okay with it. You don't know what he feels. Your intuition could be very well off. He could be actually fine with it. And if he is, what's the problem?
Why do people care that much?
My suspicion is that people really love this man and they really dislike her because she's shown evidence of being a bad person. I don't know if this is accurate.
But what is being said?
Well, there's some footage of her saying some stuff on stream that I'm like, meh. Here's my thing. It's kind of like when you have a friend who's dating someone you really dislike and you know is a bad person. If you go to your friend and be like, yo, she's bad. She's a bad person. Dump her. What does your friend do?
Stays with her.
Right? And you start to get frustrated and you get mad because you're like, leave her. And what ends up happening? He grows more distant from you and more into that person. What you have to understand is if she is as bad as you guys believe her to be, it's going to be on him to discover that for himself.
iDubbbz is in some hot water with some of his fans, and I'm going to be real, it's some of the funniest stuff I've seen in a while. Now, it might be because there's a lot of slow news, a lot of things aren't going on because of the quarantine, but I find this really fascinating and very weird at the same time. From what I gathered, there are 3 types of people that are really angry at iDubbbz. The first are the conservatives, the traditionalists that obviously don't like sex workers, and so obviously they wouldn't like Anisa starting an OnlyFans and iDubbbz supporting that. You have the people that just straight up hate Anisa, and then you have the people that can't really differentiate between the internet and in real life.
My good friend iDubbbz has entered the world of controversy. He has committed the grave sin of having a girlfriend. No, he has made the grave sin of having a girlfriend who decided to make an OnlyFans account. And for that reason, he's a simp and a cuck and a beta male.
Wow.
They've been dating for 3 years, I believe, approximately. And they
wow, it
seem
goes
to...
by so fast.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Well, remember the first time we met her was like...
when we just moved here,
yeah, we
right?
just came here, so...
Yeah.
They seem to have a very nice, healthy relationship. And clearly Ian loves her and supports her. And so that's what I know about them. So, but she's doing the...
But also, the fact that she's doing an OnlyFans doesn't... I don't even know if it matters, but she's not doing, like, videos of porn.
So, she's not even doing nudes.
Right, that's my point.
But that being
not
said,
that
it doesn't even matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I had heard that, and I wasn't sure if that was accurate. That is the case. She's not...
No, she's not even doing nudes.
Actually, that's why the fuck is this even a thing then? Like,
because exactly.
Basically, any Instagram account these days of all this like big, I don't know. There's so many girls that are have millions of followers, and that's basically what they do on Instagram.
There's so much to unpack here, and I personally have found this whole thing to be really disturbing. That it's such a wide-held belief that everyone has that there's some great crime being committed here.
I've never watched an iDubbbz video until yesterday because a bunch of people told me there was some drama erupting over his most recent video, Sex Workers iDubbbz Complains. And it seems there really is some fucking drama because Jesus Christ, that is a
very special episode.
That is a severe like to dislike ratio for this type of video. That's a rough one.
The iDubbbz controversy that's blowing up at the moment has launched the simp wars to a new level that not even Jesus Christ thought possible. I keep getting asked my opinion on the iDubbbz situation during streams, and I don't fucking understand why. I made one video about simps on Twitter, and now all of a sudden I'm like the simp epidemiologist plotting the course, and everyone's looking for my expert opinion on it. To sum up the situation for those out of the loop, iDubbbz is a popular YouTuber, and he has a girlfriend. His girlfriend created an OnlyFans account, and the internet has lost their fucking minds. Today he made a video addressing the controversy and the meltdown, and he is getting his ass blasted for defending it.
What is that? Chat, can we even watch this? I feel like we can't watch this. I feel like this is gonna be bad.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of iDubbbz Complains. This is a very special episode where I get to tackle two topics that I've recently become very passionate about. That is a section of my audience who thinks they know me, and my opinion on sex work. You can sort of see where these two will collide. For those of you who are unaware of the drama I recently brought upon myself, I'll fill you in. My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account, which is a website where you can upload amateur porn. Anything from double penetration all the way over to lewd cosplay, and everything in between. And I think all of it is cool. Yeah, I know. I didn't think it would be a controversial opinion either. A good amount of people are just doing the reasonable thing and just making jokes and laughing about it. But there's a whole nother group of people who feel personally devastated and betrayed. You lied to us. First of all, I'm not your fucking dad. Like, if you don't want to look up to me anymore, that's fine. I don't want you to look up to me. First up, we got Edward. He probably got told by a lot of people that he looks like iDubbbz, and he really liked that because iDubbbz was cool. But now that iDubbbz is a simp, Now he's gonna go in full baby Wawa mode. No, shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck. You don't get to haha funny yourself out of this one. You're a simp. You act all edgy and cool on YouTube and then go and film your girlfriend shoving anal beads up her ass for OnlyFans afterwards? Fuck you. You lied to everyone. You ruined my life. Oh, looks like I did something a little too edgy. Edward, I don't know where you got the idea that I was cool. Do you think it was cool when I was playing with anal beads? It's cool when I play with anal beads. Do you think it was cool when I was running around in an oversized cop outfit? That was cool to you. It's because he's a hypocrite. He makes content cop and targets people, but he himself have girlfriend whoring herself, and he does nothing about it. What am I gonna do? Do you think I should just like take a shotgun to her head? No, bitch. It's time to die now. No, iDubbbz, you should break up with her. But I'm cool with it. You do realize there are guys out there in private right now jacking off to your girlfriend. But I guess it's out of sight, out of mind, it's not a problem. You think these fucking retards would actually do a smidgen of research? Because, like, I did it, and I found the potential hypocrisies in what I say in the past, and it's pretty fucking consistent. The funding for the slut shirt is actually very, very low. Skanktown, USA, softcore porn all over the walls. Pretty nice, huh? You know, like, I'm not saying that women should be sexualized or shouldn't be. I'm just saying that there is the market for it, so it makes sense that they would do it. I would say skank and slut, but never was that part of my argument. It's just flavor. It's just flavor. Like, in the future, I'll probably say slut and skank again. I don't know why everyone thinks that, like, I made a stand. I stood on top of a hill, and I proclaimed to all my loyal Christian followers, no porn shall ever cross my screen. No woman that I date shall ever lower her standards to the point of being half naked. Let me have my hope, all right? I want to believe he's too intelligent for this. Intelligence has nothing to do with it, but I will say this. If you want to retain hope that I'm intelligent, this is the most intelligent thing I've probably ever done, is revealing this side of me, that I'm okay with sex workers and girls being slutty. It has no bearing on my life whatsoever. And the sooner you realize that for yourself, the better. I think what I've learned from this experience is when you're speaking to a large group of people and there's some dudes in the back shouting out their opinions like, I fucking hate thoughts. I hate whores. Women who sell their body online fucking suck. That's the worst. Instead of ignoring that and just moving on with my lecture, it might be a better idea to point those people out and say, yeah, I actually don't agree with that shitty opinion. Because it seems like me just ignoring it has led to like a cultivation of a bunch of retards. That pretty much wraps up this video. I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet. Doesn't affect me one way or the other. If you are upset by me admitting this, then I suggest you go idolize someone else. Someone who isn't a simp or a cuck. Someone who maybe just gives shitty opinions instead.
I've been with him for through two content cops, and I help, like, I mean,
Yeah, a lot of people's, I guess criticism is like, oh, like, that witch or that,
yeah.
You know, well, a lot changed him, or like things have gotten bad since they've gotten together, type thing.
A lot of people attack Anisa. People are like obsessed with.
Well, they just don't understand that she's been like helping me create videos since we got together, and a lot of the videos that people love are with her help and involvement, and it's been the same thing all the way.
The Rice Scum one, I remember you were there.
Yeah.
You had a lot. You had a lot of input on that one.
Yeah, the Rice Gum one was a lot of fun. I really like, but I mean, I also take ownership for the Tana. The Tana thing was was my.
Oh, that was so long ago.
Was my idea. Was my stupid idea.
Yeah.
I was the one
he
that was.
suggested, like, we can go to the place. It's just in San Francisco. I'm like, it is just in San Francisco.
Yeah, that drive and everything. And now I think back to it, I'm like, I can't believe we literally harassed an 18-year-old child at her show. It's like kind of.
That's I guess when you put it that way,
it is
horrendous. Yeah.
It's horrendous. It's probably like my most embarrassing. Like it is. It's fucking embarrassing. But I mean, it was things that a lot of people loved. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it was like I can recognize why it was entertaining. I could also recognize why it was completely out of line.
Yeah.
This girl's gonna take a picture because this camera's like for the future.
It's kind of like when you have a friend who's dating someone you really dislike and you know is a bad person. If you go to your friend and be like, yo, she's bad. She's a bad person. Dump her. What does your friend do?
Stays with her.
Right? And you start to get frustrated and you get mad because you're like, leave her. And what ends up happening? He grows more distant from you and more into that person.
It was my realization upon, meeting more and more fans that I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body. But the antisocial basement-dwelling incel that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed the mirror to be held up to me. A few months ago, me and the boys went out to Los Angeles, California, to visit with a YouTuber who goes by the username Dax Flame. His real name is Madison, and he'd probably be the first to admit that he's an odd guy. So I figured we'd get along, I can find out what he's been up to for the last decade, his thoughts on the current state of YouTube, his dreams and aspirations, deep-seated fears, long-buried secrets, the typical stuff that you'd ask an acquaintance.
Anyway, the documentary iDubbbz came out to shoot.
Yeah.
Because we want to release our footage from that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the footage is going to be released.
Gotcha.
What do you think about that? Here's the thing. We don't want to put iDubbbz on blast or do anything weird. iDubbbz came out. He shot a documentary with me and Nick and the crew here, and I think I probably blew it personally with him, and it's through no fault of his. Whatever. I sent him it doesn't even matter. I think I probably kind of overwhelmed him. He was on Twitter. He was on Twitter trying to line up fights with people. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yo, can you get me in there? Let me get a fight with Fantano. And I think I bothered him too much. Something like that. I wasn't like an asshole or anything, but I think I probably just texted him too many times. Anyway, the documentary, it hasn't come out. It's almost a year. When was that? 6 months ago? 8 months ago?
Say 8-9 months ago.
8 or 9 months ago, we shot that footage, and it's clear that it's not coming out. And the problem is that we shot a ton of funny stuff. And we took 2 weeks of our time and shot a bunch of shit that's really awesome. And we spent we rented all that shit. We
rented a T-Rex.
Spent fucking $15,000 on the thing. So we got to release our footage.
Yeah.
So that's what we're gonna do.
Here's what happened.
Jet's cutting it up, and it's not to
This is what happened.
It's not to make iDubbbz look stupid or anything, or do anything burn. We took your documentary footage and released it first, dude. No, it's just we spent $15,000 on this.
Yeah.
We took 9 months to make it's been 9 months, and there's no communication, and we did we spent 2 weeks of time. That's what I'm more worried about. So we're just going to cut together our footage in the funniest way. We're not going to try to make anyone look bad. We're going to take whatever's funny moments, make a cool cut out of it. So I think that's.
I would do that.
I think that's fair.
If I spent $15,000 on something,
is that fair?
We put a lot of labor into it, so it was his documentary. But by the end of it, it was our documentary. Like we all.
And to be honest, I think like we went to Joey. Can you open up the iDubbbz gaslighting document? we came up with a lot of funny ideas to like pull tricks and like I hired this crackhead girl to pretend to be my girlfriend, and she said that she told iDubbbz that I like abused her and all this stuff. And we did all these funny like prank things, but it wasn't to make him look like an asshole. It was to like make his project funnier. Yeah. Like we wanted to make, because the thing is, I like iDubbbz. I think he's funny, and I know he was getting like some static or whatever with people online. I wanted to make a video with iDubbbz where it was like, oh my god, this is fucking crazy mayhem. This is funny.
Yeah,
and make something cool. So we have the iDubbbz gaslighting video document here. This was our prep document. Can you scroll down?
Before anything was filmed, this was like the day one prep.
And part of what went wrong was I think iDubbbz was kind of trying to punk me a little bit. Yeah. And like make me look like a guy that had like fallen off, which I have. Like I've fallen off, like undoubtedly. But I think he kind of wanted to like, he wanted to come out here and see something depressing. And we like ended up making this kind of like funny thing.
Fucking funny. Oh, and then the fake girlfriend.
The fake girlfriend, she shaved her head for this. She looked fucking totally wrecked. And she was like going in iDubbbz pockets, like looking around in his pockets, trying to feel around and shit.
No. The first few
funny.
minutes of them meeting, she walks up behind him and puts her hands like this in his back pockets. And he's already uncomfortable like that.
She smashed it. She was so fucking good, man.
No fucking way.
Best
that?
cast member.
Just this girl.
Actress
like an actress type chick who was like down for everything. Like shaved her fucking head. I paid her to shave her head. And she was like totally believable. She was like acting drugged out and like it was fucking nuts.
Awesome.
I'm Chris. Ian, y'all did
What do you fight for?
Veterans.
Not homeless ones though. I can't tolerate homelessness. It's just something I don't tolerate. It's just something I don't accept or tolerate.
Oh man.
This is the other kind of fucked up thing is that he's doing like YouTube boxing now, and I planted this seed in his head.
Let's start off with age.
Age.
I mean name, age, and what you do.
Well, my name is Gormedios, and I'm a 400-year-old vampire, but I actually appear to be 13. So.
And what is your career? What is your job?
Interesting question. I'm a grifter. I'm a thief. Also an entertainer at certain points. Comedian, I guess you could say. Maybe you could say the world's most influential comedian of all time. Why did you choose to make a documentary about me?
Well, I'm going to flip that question on you and say...
I just flipped the question on you.
No, that's not how this works. I'm interviewing you.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is the craziest interview I've ever conducted.
Yeah, this is not going to be like an ordinary interview.
All right, go ahead.
Do you remember our first interaction?
No.
You don't?
No. I have very bad memory, though.
Yeah.
Hit pause here. All right, so we got to go sit down to do the interview, and at the beginning of the interview, he launches off with 6 or 7 years ago. This is me. You're Sam. I'm talking to you. 6 or 7 years ago, you made a copyright violation or strike against one of my videos. You had one of my videos taken down, and I emailed you about it. And do you remember what your response was?
No.
I literally had no memory of this happening. I forgot completely. I remember it now, but I'd forgotten completely. I did a copyright strike on one of his videos where he used footage from ours, and when he emailed me, I told him I would reverse. You can have the strike thing reversed. I told him I would reverse it if he sent me a video of him squatting with 2 plates.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
So like 2014?
Yes.
13, 14?
13 probably.
No shit. That's a long time ago.
What do you think about that, Jet?
That is, I don't know why he hadn't forgotten that.
I think you were saying that he knew you 7 years ago.
What do you think about
I think that's possible. I think what I really think is if that's your only interaction you guys have had before filming this, whether it was negative or positive, he would have brought it up. No matter what, I think that by this point in the interview, the tension had built between you two.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if things got off to no one knows. If things got off on the right foot and that tension wasn't there when this was being filmed, would he have hit you with that? Who knows? But the tension was, like, that's just evidence of the tension.
There was so much tension. It was crazy.
It was remarkable, man. Like,
I'm getting...
Why?
Stress me out.
I'm getting stressed out thinking about it
Why?
right now.
What were some like plays on it? Like what were some manifestations of tension?
you guys just weren't comfortable around each other.
The vibes were just weird.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But they always are.
Was it bad?
What do you think?
Did I snub you or slight you or something?
What
What did I do?
your memory's that bad?
Yes.
You don't remember?
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember...
What was it?
Do you remember making a Kickstarter TV?
Yes.
Of... well, no, it wasn't Kickstarter TV. You remember making a pony game?
Yes.
Okay. There were some creators at the time who made videos about this fake pony project.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were you one of them?
I was one of them.
What did I do?
Do you have any guesses?
Did I say fuck you or something?
No, you copyright claimed the video.
Really?
Yes. And then you sent me an email.
That might not have been me. Oh,
You don't think so?
I sent you an email.
It kind of seems like something that you would do.
I mean, I don't do most copyright claims. What was the email?
The email was, I will release the copyright claim on your video if you can send me a video of yourself squatting 200 pounds below parallel.
Why didn't you do that? You'd be so much stronger now if you'd done that.
Yeah.
Damn. Did I create an enemy with that?
I mean, for a period.
Damn.
I didn't like you.
I'm sorry.
You were an asshole.
I'm sorry, buddy. That's no good.
Yeah. Why'd you do that to me?
I don't know. I can't even remember what your video was. So maybe I was pissed off or something. I don't know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to more Kickstarter crap. Today, the piece of crap that we're going to look at is called Dark Skies. And I prayed that none of you would message me about this, but y'all fucking did. And there's a lot of crap to sift through on this one, so buckle up. Dark Skies, an epic brony dating sim.
Let's meet the ponies of Royal Pony Academy here in Cirrus City.
My name is Pumpkin Pie, and I'm the smartest pony in the whole school. By my calculations, you'll be falling in love with me. The only question is, will I fall in love with you?
What do you want? My name's Jet, and if you touch me, you're dead. You think you had it rough? Try growing up without a father. You know, you kind of look like my dad. Maybe I should cut you up just for fun.
I was trying to not have that ruse get blown though.
Right.
So maybe that had something to do with it.
That probably did.
I'm sorry. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what led to this day today.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So are you gonna punk me?
You're getting punked.
Really? How are you gonna punk me?
I'm gonna make you look like an asshole.
Really?
Which isn't hard to do.
Is that really the case?
No.
Okay.
It's meant to be. Well, I mean, part of me feels like you might be being disingenuous by saying you don't remember.
I legit don't remember. 100% serious.
Really?
Yeah.
You just like, is it because you're doing so much that you just sort of forget all the bridges you burn and all the like people you fuck with?
Did I burn a bridge with that?
I could have been, but
What
I'm a resilient person, so I turned that hate into a passion for filmmaking, which is
Okay.
why I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you like still angry with me?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
You dislike me still?
No, I think there's some things about you that I just want to understand better.
Yeah.
Mostly to do with your comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a list of questions that I can get into.
Sure.
All right. So before we get into the shit, let's get a synopsis.
What's the shit?
I'll
What
get
is
into it. I'll get into it.
No, because this is ominous.
Is it making you nervous?
Yeah, no, I want to know what the shit, because this is very strange. It feels like you're trying to punk me or something. Which
I'm
is
not
like,
punking you. It's just questions that that me and a lot of other people that I've talked to have about you. Like, what makes you sort of a
Is that what the shit is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Let's start off with what content are you most proud of that you've created?
I don't like the order this is going in, because you're I don't want to give you any honest answers to questions like what are you most proud of, and then have you hit me with something like weird. So just get into the weird shit.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Can we?
We'll circle back. Let's do that.
We'll circle
Yeah.
back. Okay. You've said in the past that world peace isn't political, or you don't do politics.
Mhm.
You've said that. I think you've said that in like the Joe Bernstein.
Can't remember saying that. I'm sure I did.
Yeah. Do you feel that way now? Like
I just don't care.
You don't care
I think that the psychological schism that the world is experiencing is unfixable, and I don't care.
Mhm.
And the thing that I tell anybody I care about, or anybody who pays to listen to me, is to take care of yourself, squat 225 below parallel, and fix your shit, stack money, be loyal to the people who are close to you, etc. But I don't care about politics.
Right. But it seems like that wasn't always your purpose. It seems like you've grown into that a little bit
I
more.
thought that there was I was a bit more naive about the possibility of to not change things, but to bring about some kind of better end result through the work that we were doing, which I now believe is not the case.
Okay, so you feel like that's not you just can't make as much of an impact with that. You're sort of wanting to.
I think that it's kind of over for freedom of speech, for the type of shit that I would want to represent if I was out there doing something like 100% serious with my heart in it.
Mhm.
I think it's that's like a suicide mission at this point, and it's also just not possible because there's no there's no outlet to do that on. I couldn't possibly have a monetized YouTube channel or get a TV show ever again, etc. So there's no venue for it, even if I wanted to.
You don't think that you can package things differently, though?
Well, I mean, if I could go back in time, maybe that would be possible to do.
You don't think you could do it now?
No, there's no. I will never be on TV ever again.
Maybe not TV, but TV's the way of the past.
YouTube too. Anything that's monetized, anything that's Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, whatever. It's not. None of those are options.
Like, I've had aspirations of like being on Netflix or Hulu or whatever else, but I'm finding that YouTube is good enough, and it is like doing the trick for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done some like unsavory stuff on YouTube, and it's all good. I've been able to get messages out there. It hasn't been like super I think I've come to a similar conclusion that you have, which is like it's not necessarily my place, nor is it like super productive to kind of preach at people per se. But when there's like for your more recent content, you're like, I feel like you're encouraging people to like self-reflect more and worry about their own shit. And I can't imagine that would be a bad thing for YouTube.
If I was on YouTube, I'd be taken down in a matter of weeks. If we were posting right now we post shit to YouTube that's
censored.
It's censored. If I were to be any higher profile than I am on YouTube, if I were to attempt to monetize on YouTube, it would be taken. It's not a career path. It's not. I couldn't become a YouTuber. I don't mean in a derogatory sense.
Yeah.
I mean in the sense of like someone whose career is based on YouTube.
Oh, so you talk in your comedy, or at least on a lot of the High War stuff. You'll like reference Joe Rogan, Lena Dunham, Ethan Klein. Why do you do that, or do you realize how like confusing that could be to like some viewers, where it's like, I don't like, is he being serious about this, or?
I'm being serious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think about Joe when I wake up. I think about him when I go to sleep. And is that weird? People have obsessions. I mean, what are you obsessed with? Something, right? You don't have to say what it is. I think about fucking Joe Rogan, not fucking him, but I fucking think about Joe Rogan when I wake up, when I go to bed, when I'm doing my MMA training, when I'm drinking my $30 green juice, okay? He got me onto this.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do think about him.
I do.
I think you rarely think about him. I think you pops in your head when you're filming a video and you're like, oh yeah, this would be a good thing to use as a prop in the moment.
No.
No.
You don't understand. You get my genius in you. I've spent probably $6,000 on cameos. A lot of which are unreleased. With people trying to get famous people to name drop Joe Rogan, because I want them to notice me.
To any success?
No.
And you want him to notice you because you want to fight him.
I will fight him. No, I just think he's cool. He's like everything I want to be.
Shut up.
What?
Be serious for a
Be
moment.
serious? Do you want me to be serious?
Let's be serious. Yeah.
If you wanted me to, okay.
Yeah.
It's less entertaining if I'm serious.
Oh, I totally disagree.
All right, fine. Yeah, what you said. If I'm like, I should need to make a funny video, let me make a Joe Rogan shout out. I'll do that. That's what I think.
Perfect. That's
there
good.
You go.
Yes.
You got it. You unraveled the mystery.
Now let's go through.
I will drink his blood. I'm going to drink his blood.
I think that format works.
Okay, good.
Serious, and then you go into it.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I'll get at him.
Mm-hmm.
I figured out what I was. It's not nervousness about being punked. It's I wish you had been upfront about that, because I honestly don't like when I have like static with people. And I brought you here, and I was like, I want to help Ian make a cool video for his channel that will like entertain his fans. I like the Dax Flame. I like that you're bringing Dax Flame out, because I used to like his videos back in the day. And I was like, all right, we'll do everything with Ian. We're going to go shoot guns. We're going to get cars. We're going to fucking bring the slingshot out, which you loved. Okay, you said, that's my Ferrari. That's my baby Ferrari. I wish you just told me, like, just hit me up at the beginning and been like, hey, there's this thing. It's like, we have beef over.
Yeah, in fairness, like...
You should have just told me that. Dude.
Yeah, no, but I thought it would be really good here.
Okay.
To be a reveal.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have anything else to connect.
I just hope that you're not actually, like, if you actually were upset about that, I would want to, like, heal that.
Right. No, not at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, at that time I was raking in, like, a good...
You should have just told me... I'm sorry. It's water here.
No, it's all good, man. It's...
I don't like having static with people that I actually like.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have brought it up if it was like an uncomfortable topic for me. It's not something that I'm...
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think any of the like open mics you've done in the past that are like really offensive to people in the audience, do you think those would be as funny if the audience wasn't so offended?
it wouldn't be funny at all.
Yeah.
Some of it would be funny, but a lot of it's just based on the fact that the audience is getting pissed off. But those are people that you want to piss off because they're like total scum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the reason I bring up whether your fans understand it is because I know that I get frustrated when I read comments from fans and they've like interpreted what the meaning behind something is.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess my problem is I wouldn't consider those people fans. Like people who there's people who fucking try to write essays in the YouTube comments. I've seen, because I do see these things, because I look at comments right after posting a video, and I'm aware of the fact that there's people who write paragraphs of shit. I don't read them. I read the first 3 lines to get the gist that this is a person writing a fucking 3-paragraph essay in YouTube comments. But yeah, I know there's people. I know that people look at what I do and what other people do, because you see it on other video makers' YouTube pages and come to insane conclusions that only a strange, dark person could come to.
Not you.
I don't fucking analyze people's YouTube videos. I literally look at car videos. That's all I ever look at.
With the, like, I guess hesitation to be 100% serious, does it have anything to do with the fact that you're like, you don't want to kind of ruin the magic of like your persona? Or
I don't think there's magic. I'm just trying to do what's most entertaining.
Yeah. And oftentimes that comes like, I guess would you say that like that's a place of comfort to be like more on when the cameras are on and being less?
It's mad uncomfortable. It's mad annoying. I hate filming stuff.
Yeah. Why don't you be more? You can be more serious about things.
I can be more serious. Want me to be more serious?
Well, I mean, you can be more relaxed rather than on all the time. You know what I mean?
Why would I do that if there's like thousands of people watching a YouTube video? Why would I like relax and chill and like not be entertaining?
Well, I think it should be one of those things that you're able to like turn on and off.
I am.
I think that's true. You are doing that here.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the past I've seen like interviews
Yeah.
where it's like it feels like you so easily derail it just by being like, all right, I'm taking it. I'm steering this a whole nother
that's because I
direction.
don't like the people that have interviewed me in the past. It's
Yeah.
always been some fucking idiot.
Really?
Yeah, who's interviewed me that's cool?
Oh, I didn't know you had that. So, there is Anthony Fantano.
That guy sucks.
I think InfoWars guy.
Oh yeah, Jay. I was pretty real with that though.
Yeah,
I was cracking jokes, but I wasn't being a weirdo.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you were being that weird with Fantano either.
Yeah.
But you do.
If
kind
I
of
was
take it your own direction, I think.
If I was interviewed by somebody interesting, I mean that's why I'm not like fully in character right now, is because I like you. I would do if fucking I don't know. Fuck, who's cool?
No, that's fair. I mean, I think you gave me the answer I was kind of looking for.
Yeah, that's usually the interviews are just a setup for some funny shit.
Right.
Even though iDubbbz does not want to release that footage, that week that we spent was so fun, man. It was very memorable.
I had
will
so
not
much
forget
fun,
it.
and I feel like if he released it, he'd get like fucking 20 million views.
Yeah,
I think it would be honestly so funny.
And I'm not just like, I agree, but I'm not just my opinion isn't that way just because it's our doc. It's his other docs were pretty good.
He's
but
good. His fucking work's good.
Yeah, they're very entertaining. Like that's his documentary stuff. I can tell he's trying to take a more serious turn instead of just like meme videos.
Back in March, we went to Rhode Island to film a documentary with Sam Hyde, who's known for his comedy videos.
You can do a lot of damage.
I've been aware of Sam and his comedy for a long time, so I thought it'd be interesting to get to know more about Sam, because not many people know much about him. He's a bit mysterious. He's a bit unwieldy.
So I got the card. I have 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Whoa.
What a place.
You guys knock before you open the door?
Should I pat them?
Oh my god. No.
Hey guys. What the fuck?
When you look at Sam's videos, there's really no, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of production value put into them. So I was a bit, I think, confused and put off by there being so many people in this room. I just didn't know what their role in anything was.
I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Because you're obviously got a bigger viewership, and it's like your brand, you can't be messing around with people who are like unsafe.
Yes.
Like, what's he gonna say? Is he gonna talk about Hitler? Listen, I'm not as racist as PewDiePie, okay? I'm not gonna bring anything up about Hitler.
Another Sam Hydeism is that when he's being serious or genuine for too long, he will undercut it by saying the exact opposite of the point of view he was expressing before. It makes it very confusing to have a conversation with him and get his actual feelings about a particular topic.
Like the Joe Rogan stuff, I think is like, it's really lighthearted, even though I want to kill his,
No, you were doing well. You're doing well. It's probably some kind of self-awareness that Sam has where he realizes that in front of a camera, he needs to bring his brand of comedy out.
This thing rips ass.
But because so much of Sam defaults to sarcasm and irony, it was really hard to know if I was getting genuine responses to the serious questions I was asking. Are you supposed to wear a mask at the drive-thru here?
No, you just put your shirt over your face.
Did you do that?
What, this?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? As opposed to what, putting a fucking mask on?
Yeah, it's a little cringe, don't you think?
What, covering your face with a t-shirt?
Yeah.
You think putting a mask on is less cringe than covering your face with a t-shirt?
Yeah.
Dude. You gotta get out of
With
California.
the mask?
And then what do you guys want?
2 spicy deluxes as well.
2 meals or sandwiches?
Let's do sandwiches.
2 spicy deluxe sandwiches also. He just reported me for not having a mask. You can take that mask off now. I like to pretend the Chick-fil-A girls are my own private harem. And they exist to serve. Take the mask off, Jesus Christ. They exist to serve me.
Who doesn't like the masks?
That's Danny right there. Hi, honey. Just stick a camera in her face immediately. That's my girlfriend that you were asking about.
Hi.
You just don't flirt with iDubbbz.
Hi.
You're Danny?
Yeah. You look anemic. But
Anemic?
yeah, a little bit. We look alike though. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think we
Let
do
me
look
see the
alike.
hat.
Yo,
Let me see the hat.
what
I wanna
Joey's
see-
working on. It's
I thought you were bald.
No.
What?
Oh, word.
Why is your head so fucking big?
speakers?
I got a large cranium.
It's weird.
It's part of my genes.
Maybe you just have like a really large skull. I don't know. Have you like weighed your head?
I have not weighed my head, no.
Oh, well, I haven't like weighed my head without the fluid in it in like a while, but yeah.
The environment was very uncomfortable as a whole. Talking with Sam, you know, he's very forward and he's got a big personality. The rest of the guys there were very
dipped in Sherm. You want one, John?
I'm good, thanks though.
weird. The whole environment was weird. But when it came to Danny, it was just sad.
Okay, so yeah, if you just like stop smoking, your blood pressure goes like all the way down. Can't you like give a hug, you know, like blood just stop flowing and you fucking die.
I really didn't know how to feel. I would say that the rest of the guys made me medium level uncomfortable. Danny made me extremely uncomfortable.
I have more. You want to see my tattoos? I feel like a dog sitting on the floor.
At that point, I feel irresponsible just like talking to her. It felt like we need to get her help or something. Around 2008, Sam started regularly uploading comedy videos, predominantly featuring himself, alongside his friends Nick Rochefort and Charles Carroll, a comedy troupe called...
What's the one problem right now that's not going to be around in 2070? The elderly and the disabled. Because we're just gonna kill them!
The videos gained a large cult following on YouTube. The comedy style clearly pulled inspiration from absurdist Adult Swim shows like Tim and Eric Awesome Show. So naturally, after MDE had established a following online, Adult Swim picked them up to create a cable television show. $1 Million Extreme presents World Peace.
You're gonna be famous! Oh my god!
Why are you up there?
I'm being a monkey.
World Peace was exactly the type of thing you'd expect to see on Adult Swim. And the show was pretty good.
Take a bite? It's clean. I'm full. I'm so full.
But good things, especially good things as divisive as MDE, aren't meant to last. And World Peace lasted about halfway through its first season before it started to get heavily criticized by the media.
For such a big sound coming out of such a small person, it's so crazy.
Former Adult Swim collaborators such as Brett Gelman and Tim Heidecker took public stances against the show, and after a heated interview with BuzzFeed writer Joe Bernstein,
You write the mental equivalent of popcorn. How am I supposed to have any respect for you when you're being such a pussy right now?
I just having trouble hearing you.
the media smearing became too much for Time Warner to handle, and World Peace was canceled.
Adult Swim has decided to part ways with an alt-right affiliated show. This show is called $1 Million Extreme, and I don't understand the appeal to it, but apparently it did relatively well on Adult Swim.
World Peace is the culmination of the 10 years of our me, Nick, Charles efforts. I'm probably not the one to give you the unbiased reason why it ended. It's not like there was a lack of quality or funniness to it, even though I'm sure some people say, well, it's not really for me. Well, fuck you.
Sam and many of his accomplices were blacklisted from Hollywood. The MDE fan base was devastated, and Sam quickly returned back to his internet roots as a solo, self-sustained entertainer. World Peace was a show that pushed a lot of boundaries that are typically not pushed by television shows, something that has always been criticized by the media, from South Park to Always Sunny in Philadelphia. But because of the way Sam and even the show itself refused to allow the general public in on the overarching joke, a dogpile from these groups was to be expected, and even seemed to be welcomed by Sam and the show's fans. Did World Peace deserve to get canceled? Maybe, but was it inevitable?
The racism stuff is kind of in some cases it's a moot point because it is showing people your taint. If it's too cruel to be funny, or if I miscalculated my racism, if I said something that was just not justified, then it's the same as bombing with a bad joke, because that's what it is.
It is.
I showed my taint, nobody liked it. Now I'm now I'm on stage more ashamed than I've ever been, and I want nobody to ever see this video.
Now I always like to end these little things with a bit of racial unity, because I like to bring it together and talk about racial unity. Okay, if there's one race, one job-having, bill-paying race of people that's going to save humanity, what race would it be? No, ladies and gentlemen, it's the white race. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I need to fuck really bad. I need to come really bad. So just meet me in the unisex bathroom. Thank you.
But because I know it's funny, I'm gonna put it out. Because I like living in fucking hell, and I'm gonna show you it. It's just why not? I think people think Sam's a lunatic. Sam's a normal guy to me.
I think he's kind of a lunatic.
Yeah, I get it. I can understand why people say that, but Sam's.
What makes you say that, iDubbbz?
I think your relationship makes me think that a little bit. I think a lot of the...
What, with Danny?
Yeah.
Why?
We'll get into it.
To me, that's the most solid and dependable thing. Is has stick-to-itiveness in a relationship. She's obviously blown out. What would you suggest I do? Leave her so she kills herself?
No.
And then for the rest of eternity,
you don't even know what I'm
Sam
thinking.
Hyde's girlfriend kills herself. You saw her. If she killed herself, would it be my fault? Tell me.
Be.
You think it would be?
It could be.
You think I did that to her? Her fucking dealer did that to her. You think I sold her what she's doing?
I don't know anything about it.
I don't know that about it.
All right.
That's how it's done, boys. Get out of the cities.
I saw a woman wearing a shirt, had a happy little face on it.
Oh.
I said, guess what, bitch? There's only two genders.
Sam's been doing Hyde Wars, which is just like a show where he rants about, you know, whatever topic I think interests him at the time.
Talked to a dude who had one of these perfect waifus. Those chicks have a gasket loose, universally.
He also does a podcast-style show where he brings a crew member on and sort of just chats with them for a couple hours.
Start doing shit that turns you into someone that you like. Martial arts, and by martial arts I mean jiu-jitsu or Muay Thai, and lifting weights will do that.
Sam's recently taken on more of a self-help role for his fan base, sort of giving life advice or career advice to people in his audience. The stuff he talks about, you know, usually appears to be genuine. It's not something that is like an obvious joke, and you know, he has some gems in there.
Most important thing, in my opinion, is to get good at something. Develop some type of skill. Develop something that is a benefit to other people, that gives you self-confidence, that makes you a worthwhile person.
But a lot of the iffy stuff that he says, it's really hard to write off as jokes because he's never really been shy about like aligning himself with the alt-right.
They do want to destroy whiteness. If you're going to one of these things to help them destroy whiteness, be ready to be destroyed.
He's donated around $5,000 to the Daily Stormer, which is a neo-Nazi website, and you don't really do that as a joke, from what I understand about the world. So with the context that Sam openly aligns himself with the alt-right and white supremacy and misogynistic stuff, it's hard to write off any of the ironic stuff as just ironic.
Peace, because hate is whack, dude. My race is done. You're inheriting the earth, along with some other undesirables, and that's cool, bro.
Hi. Before we continue with the documentary, I want to take a few minutes to talk about irony. I wish there was a perfect way to explain to you guys why talking to Sam Hyde is frustrating, not only to a person making a documentary about him, but as a guy who doesn't actually know Sam on a personal level. A lot of people probably refer to irony as having metaphorical layers, but irony exists in a circle. This is the circle of irony. At the top of the circle of irony, you have sincerity. You can't have any amount of irony without some sincerity behind it. Here's an example of a sincere thought. I don't like eating shit. People who are not being ironic say sincere things like that all the time. You might say that it's the default way to say things. The next rung on the circle of irony is just called irony. You might be familiar with this from English class, and it basically means that you kind of feel the opposite of what is being expressed. And it's basically just sarcasm. Oh yeah, I love eating shit. Great, people think I love eating shit now. Isn't that just perfect? This is the go-to boomer humor that old people thrive off of. They love sarcasm. It is a basic level of irony to the point where it's almost irrelevant to millennials and zoomers. After irony, we have post-irony. This is where you say something in a way that makes it sound like you don't mean it when you actually do mean it. In other words, you're using irony to make a joke about how you're joking. Oh, I don't like eating shit. Oh, me? Oh, no, I don't like eating shit. I hate that. I don't like eating shit. I don't like eating delicious, creamy shit. Stop saying that about me. If you put a pile of shit in front of me, I wouldn't devour it like an animal instantly. I wouldn't be doing that. This is probably the most popular form of irony in the modern generation. They're basically parodies of memes. So you have to already know what irony is to appreciate or begin to appreciate post-ironic humor. And look, there's no more room on the circle, so we must be done. What the fuck is that? Meta-irony is where this gets fucked. This is where you're saying something sincere, but the context could imply that you're saying it ironically, yet the thing that you're saying is actually a sincere thought. If this doesn't make sense, that's because it doesn't make any sense. It's meant to confuse you. Meta-irony is placed intentionally in this circle in a way that doesn't make any sense because it is intertwined with sincerity. No, I don't like eating shit. No, I don't like eating shit. Unless. But do I like eating shit? You don't know, do you? The fact that I brought it up in the first place is a little bit suspicious, but the concept of eating shit is so ridiculous that I have to be serious when I say I don't want to. right? Meta-irony is used effectively by people whose intention is to blur the line between sincerity and jokes. It creates a situation where in order for there to be a prerequisite of sincerity, I have to obtain the knowledge outside of the joke. You're basically just saying the consumption of shit is something that is physically possible. Isn't that interesting? I'm retarded. But if you're not saying anything about something when you say it, why do you even say it? People don't tend to do things for no reason. There has to be an answer here. And there are two answers. Either you're just bad at irony, or you're just being sincere. This is why it's so difficult to be around Sam. Try to understand him and ultimately make a documentary about him. He lives here. Sam is drenched in meta-irony constantly. He intentionally doesn't make it obvious when he is or isn't joking about something. Why he does this is up for interpretation, I guess, but after seeing how much he appears to involve himself in political ideologies, it seems he prefers to use meta-irony as a shield. To say, I was just joking, is a legitimate way to exonerate yourself in moments of actual miscommunication. But it's also a perfect fallback option for when you receive criticism for a point that you are genuinely trying to make. I think eating shit is awesome. What the fuck? You like eating shit? I was just kidding. Are you stupid or something? Well, now I feel bad for being unaware of any irony going on, so in the future, I will not criticize you for anything you say. I am now invulnerable to criticism.
I was raised from the ages of 3 to 10 years old by a single mother. My biological dad and mom never married, and I have no memory of my biological father. I was also a single child. Since I was being raised by a single mother who came from an already not very wealthy family, we didn't have much money growing up. We sometimes moved around the Tampa area from apartment to apartment as the rent got too expensive for us to stay any longer. My mom identified as a liberal and a feminist. She taught me that I should treat everyone equally, no matter their race, sexuality, ethnicity, or gender. She explained to me what racism, sexism, and homophobia were when I was pretty young, and since my mom wasn't religious or anything, I was never taught to believe in God or any superstitions. So growing up, even at a very young age, I was pretty socially progressive. In fact, if you asked me, I probably even understood to a degree that rich people were stomping all over poor people like us who could barely get by. If I remember correctly, I heard the terms liberal and conservative for the first time when watching an episode of American Dad. And my conclusion after the episode was that, yeah, I was a liberal. I wasn't racist, homophobic, sexist, and the show gave the idea that those were things that conservatives were. My family was pretty happy when Obama was elected, and so was I. He held beliefs I was pretty sure I agreed with, and most of all, he was a black man. I was alive to see America's first ever black president, and this was a big deal. This is a huge historical event. I know this may not seem like much now, but this gave me the idea when I was young that racism and other kinds of bigotry were dying out, going extinct, at least in America. My thought process was, how can a country full of racists and white supremacists elect a black man to lead it? At this point in my life, I just developed the assumption that any bigots that are still out there were either in hiding because it's socially unacceptable to be intolerant, or living out in the middle of nowhere playing the banjo and fucking their cousins. I learned about the Holocaust and slavery in school, but they taught me that the Civil War was about states' rights, and that the Nazis had all basically died out after World War II. In my young, naive mind, all these things happened a long time ago, and they didn't really have an impact on the world anymore. When I was younger, we didn't have a lot of money, like I said before, but there was one thing I loved to do more than anything, and that was playing video games. It didn't take long for me to get way more into YouTube. Before getting my own computer, YouTube was just a website full of cat videos and pivot stick figure animations we would watch on the school computers when the teachers weren't looking. But with unfiltered access to it, I discovered the gaming community on YouTube. The idea of just recording yourself playing a game and uploading it to YouTube for thousands to see, making money from it, it blew my mind. Eventually I would discover a new game called Minecraft, the first online game I would ever play. When I was asked to make a username, I chose PigPuncher368. Since the first thing I did on the free version was punch a pig, and 368 were the middle 3 digits of my grandmother's phone number, and now you know the origin of my username. At this point, I was only 10 years old, and there wasn't really any politics on YouTube, at least not in the communities I hung out in. You see, back then, everyone was trying to grow their channels and potentially create a career for themselves, and this meant that being controversial was counterproductive. One of the unofficial rules of being a YouTuber at the time was never talk about politics. Since no one I ever watched expressed their political opinions, and I always had this stereotype in my head that all conservatives were old white dudes out in the country who were never on the internet, I just kind of assumed that all these young YouTubers I was watching were liberals, or at least not racist or homophobic or sexist. Things continued like this for a while until 2012 when I was on the internet for the first time during a presidential election. The election was between Obama and Romney. Now, most YouTubers kept to the rule of not talking about politics at this time, but some channels I watched did cover the topic of the election. For example, Epic Rap Battles of History made a video where Obama and Romney have a rap battle, and Abraham Lincoln drops in on a giant bald eagle to endorse Obama. Obama was elected for his second term, and political talk in these parts of the internet I hung out in kinda ceased. However, as I got more into online gaming and it became more popular, something big happened. What we would now call the boomers escalated their assault on video games. If you're old enough to remember, the largest figure leading this video games are bad for kids and cause violence crusade was a Florida lawyer by the name of Jack Thompson. Most of the younger people watching probably won't remember him because he's since been disbarred and is totally irrelevant nowadays, but back then he was the gaming community's biggest enemy. All sorts of YouTubers and even just normal gamers united to tear this guy a new one. They would cite studies that refuted Thompson's claims and would make fun of the mainstream news media for platforming him and their out-of-touch conservative beliefs. All of this cemented my belief that the gaming community is full of a bunch of young people who are smart and progressive and understand that the mainstream media and conservatives are out of touch. We would point out that conservative media would often use violent video games as a scapegoat for school shootings when clearly access to firearms and bad mental health was the real issue. Sadly, even my neoliberal parents fell for this trap and would rant at me about how CSGO is going to turn me into a terrorist. You're probably wondering what any of this has to do with the alt-right rabbit hole, right? Well, I promise, it's all relevant to my story and of many others my age who had the same experience. When Gamergate came around, everything changed. In hindsight, the internet and especially the gaming community seemed to take a pretty big turn, and so did I. The internet always had its darker places, and I was always a fan of dark and edgy humor and still am, but around this time, the most popular memes went from this
Chocolate rain. The school books say it can't be here again.
A song about institutional racism still being prevalent and inescapable, yeah, that's actually what Chocolate Rain is about, I'm not even kidding, to something more resembling this.
Mrs. Obama, I've done it. I've stopped racism. Thank you, Skipper. Now I am free to roam this earth. Not if I have anything to say about it, and I do. I'm gonna say the N-word.
Now granted, we weren't quite there yet, but looking back, the comedy on YouTube was definitely taking a turn. Now, when Gamergate came around, I didn't even pay much attention to it. I was one of those people who heard about it and kinda knew what was going on, but I was too busy playing Minecraft to really care. I heard it was about gaming journalists taking bribes from developers to write positive game reviews or something, but then I heard my parents mention it. They'd been watching the news, and the boomers on there said something about it being a misogynistic neckbeard brigade to get women out of the gaming industry. I already believed that the mainstream media hated gaming for whatever reason, and anything they reported about it was probably false and a smear against the gaming community. So when I heard my parents saying these kind of things, I just sort of rolled my eyes and ignored it. so I just sort of went with the idea that Gamergate was about ethics and gaming journalism. This all happened around the same time that I was becoming a teenager, and like most teens, I wanted independence from my parents. My mom was very strict, and I found myself rebelling against her in whatever ways I could get away with, and I found myself questioning my beliefs since I wanted to be an independent person, not just a carbon copy of my parents' beliefs. Around this time, my views of feminism and women started to change as well, for a variety of reasons. For starters, when me and my mom would argue, she would often claim that I was talking back because she's a woman and I don't respect her because of that. This obviously wasn't true, and if it was just that, I would have just rolled my eyes and moved on. But around that time, I was in middle school and trying to find my first girlfriend. Problem is, I wasn't the best looking guy back then, and I got rejected by every girl I liked. This led me to browsing some strange corners of the internet for advice on girls. I frequented Yahoo Answers where I would ask questions and advice on how to get a girl, and I would read other answers to people's questions that were similar to mine as well. But the consensus in a lot of these answers was that women only like jerks, and nice guys finish last. That infamous slogan that I imagine led many guys to becoming incels. Also, a lot of the TV shows I watched portrayed feminists as being man-hating and violent, such as this scene from an episode of that 70s show where the main character, Eric, goes in to kiss his girlfriend in a park when her hair gets stuck. An awkward scene ensues where he's trying to get the hair unstuck, but he accidentally yanks her hair, making her scream a little. This results in a group of feminist protesters that were nearby mistakenly assuming that he was assaulting her. They run up, and strip him naked, beat him up, and write pig in Sharpie on his forehead and send him home naked. Not long after, we get this scene.
Yeah, I'm real proud of them. They stole all my clothes. Who? The angry mob of feminists?
Yeah. On top of all this, I didn't really see any apparent reason for feminism to be necessary. As far as I could tell, women had equal rights. I mean, they could vote, work a job, and were generally treated the same as men to me. So while I didn't hate feminism and think it was evil or anything yet, at this point, I started to see it as somewhat useless and misguided. I believe the stereotype that feminists were just ball-busting man-haters. However, I still thought that misogyny and sexism were bad, and I was repulsed when I saw an undeniable instance of it in real life or media. In 2015, talk of the 2016 election started, and at the time, Donald Trump was a meme candidate. I mean, nobody took this guy seriously or thought he was going to go very far. I mean, he spoke like he was illiterate, was surrounded by scandals, and no one thought he would be president, even if the mainstream media was constantly talking about him. However, as the months passed and more scandals came out, such as the grab her by the pussy comment and the KKK endorsing him, his supporters became louder and more numerous. In hindsight, I now know that bigotry hadn't died in America like I thought when I was younger, it was just hiding. And now there was a candidate who thought like the bigots and was dumb enough to make it obvious. He didn't even bother dog whistling, so even the dumbest reactionaries knew he was on their side. I never liked Trump. I didn't even like the memes supporting him ironically. The only time I thought they were a little funny was when Filthy Frank would do it, because that was very clearly satirical, like this for example.
You're looking kinda sexy, Donnie. You make me kinda hard, Donnie.
I still didn't care all that much about politics, but with such a divisive election on the horizon, it was just inescapable. Arguments about who's better, Trump or Hillary, started in every comment section, every Facebook post, and every Twitter thread on the internet. Back then, if you were online, you couldn't be apolitical. 2016 was a big year, and the election just became a background meme for me for a while. I didn't have my gaming PC because it was destroyed in the flooding, so I spent a lot of time watching YouTube on my phone to take my mind off the new president. But everything on YouTube was either Trump won, what the fuck are we gonna do, or haha Hillary supporters crying compilations, you know? However, there was one video on the topic that stood out. It was a video by a channel called Chris Raygun, and it was called Alrighty Then, Weekend Recap. I clicked it because I'd seen his videos in my recommended before, and I was surprised at how entertaining he was. He reminded me of a mix between iDubbbz, Justin Roiland, and the guy who made Invader Zim. I mean, seriously, come on, the resemblance is striking. Now, before I go any further, I want to clarify that Chris is not an alt-righter, a Nazi, or even a conservative. I've talked to him, albeit briefly on Twitter, and he seems like he wants to separate himself from his older content, which admittedly had some really bad takes in it. In this very video, for example, he says that this clip of Richard Spencer Sieg Heiling and yelling "Hail Trump" is probably just trolling. To his credit, it's pretty obvious that Chris didn't know who the fuck Richard Spencer even was back then. I certainly didn't, and I don't don't think most left-leaning anti-SJWs did either. That doesn't make Chris or any of these other left-leaning anti-SJW YouTubers completely innocent of spreading harmful misinformation like this back then, but it is important to talk about why stuff like this happened. I think that a lot of it had to do with the mindset that everyone in the anti-SJW community had when it came to the alt-right and racism. They seemed to believe, much like I did, that racism and bigotry was basically dead in America. Sure, there were some individuals who held some very negative beliefs, but there wasn't any actual systemic in the law discrimination that was easily pointed out or spotted. Because of this, they were susceptible to mistakes like Chris made in this very video, where he's supplied with what should be enough proof to show Richard Spencer is a Nazi, but his response to that proof is basically, well, who knows, the mainstream media and the SJWs are calling everyone right of them a Nazi, and even if he is a Nazi, who cares, he's just one guy. In hindsight, I know that hate groups started to rebrand and restructure themselves back in 2015. No one was going to support an ideology whose members march around in white cloaks or swastika tattoos screaming white power, so they took their recruitment to the internet, and they rebranded themselves. They didn't call themselves white supremacists or neo-Nazis anymore, they called themselves white nationalists or white identitarians or the alt-right. The more cowardly of these kind nowadays call themselves libertarians and then just dog whistle their racist beliefs to their audience. But back then, the alt-right's representatives weren't buff dudes with shaved heads wearing wife beaters, they were clean-cut, tall, well-spoken men in suits. The trap that me, Chris, and his peers fell into was intentionally set to make people believe that Richard Spencer and his colleagues' ideas were palatable, or at least respectable. You would be surprised how easy it is to sway someone into defending white supremacy if you package it right. The consensus among a lot of people on the left side of the anti-SJW community was that all ideas should be allowed to be safely presented, and as long as you debate them in what seems like good faith and keep your cool, your ideas are valid. You would also get the more centrist takes like, I may not agree with a neo-Nazi, but I will kill or die for their right to free speech. So I want to say again, I don't completely blame Chris for some of the mistakes he made back in 2016 during the peak of anti-SJW YouTube. I mean, if I did, I would be a hypocrite. This whole story is about how I was radicalized to the right in 2016. But it was a really weird time for a lot of political YouTubers, and most of them regret the stuff they've said, so don't go harass them on Twitter or anything, please. So to summarize the content that Chris Ray Gun made back then, it basically made a joke out of all the things going on in politics. Most of it was completely harmless on its own, but ideas such as Richard Spencer is probably just a hardcore epic memer who's trolling the mainstream media had been put in my head, even if it was a misinformed accident. I started to binge all of Chris's videos. I really enjoyed them. However, the ideas that were communicated through his content did start to change the way how I thought about things quite a bit. The best way I can summarize my change in thinking and worldview is in two song parodies made by Chris Ray Gun himself. One is a parody of The Times They Are A-Changin', and the other is a parody of We Didn't Start the Fire. The main idea of these two songs is that back in the day, we gamers and young people in general had to deal with old, out-of-touch conservatives doing things like blaming school shootings on violent video games and technology, and people like Jack Thompson trying to get games banned. However, in the latter halves of the songs, the tables are turned, and he starts to show clips of feminists and SJWs saying that video games cause sexism and violence against women. The implication of this is that back then, conservatives were the enemy of people like us, gamers, but now the SJWs and feminists were the ones that were out of touch and attacking the gaming community. As cringy as it may be, if you're a young straight white dude, chances are, if you want to take on a label and be part of a community, that label is going to be gamer. From there, the YouTube algorithm did what it does best. It recommended videos from similar creators. Around this time, I also discovered Hyde, who made some videos that she's admitted she doesn't agree with anymore, and after seeing all these examples of feminists and SJWs being crazy and stupid and even violent, I started to take on the label of anti-SJW, and even anti-feminist. Now, this doesn't mean I didn't support women's rights, I certainly thought I did. However, I said a lot of things like, I'm not a feminist, I'm egalitarian, I care about women's and men's rights. I remember one night I was staying up late watching a Hyde video when she brought up a movie called The Red Pill. This was the first time ever encountering this term besides seeing The Matrix. I never watched the Red Pill movie itself, but I did watch June's cover of it, and it reinforced a lot of my beliefs and brought up a few new ones. For those of you who don't know, The Red Pill was a documentary made by a feminist named Cassie J, chronicling her experience interviewing several prominent men's rights activists and attending several MRA rallies. Cassie comes into this whole thing very skeptical of these MRAs, but as the documentary continues and she talks to them more, her opinions of these men changes, and she is pleasantly surprised by how nice they are. To her, they don't seem like women-hating pigs like she'd originally assumed. They list all sorts of issues men face that are oftentimes not talked about in the mainstream media. Things like men's suicide rates, injuries and deaths in the workplace, and homelessness. Not only that, but the rallies that Cassie attends only have a few dozen MRAs, and they're outnumbered by feminist counter-protesters who are portrayed as antagonistic and mean. They yell and picket and call the MRAs pathetic as they talk about genuine men issues. While I didn't have the money at the time to watch the movie, I saw a bunch of clips of it through anti-SJW coverage of it. Seeing a documentary about a young, misguided feminist realizing that women actually have it way better than men felt cathartic for me. This was only magnified when I discovered a video by PragerU called The War on Boys. This was a video of a feminist by the name of Christina Hoff Sommers, someone who I now know as a TERF, who'd have thought, explaining that boys are being targeted and put down in the school system. The combination of these videos made me feel oppressed. It may sound dumb, but as a straight white dude who's been told I was privileged my whole life, it felt good to have someone, a woman no less, explain to me that there's actually an agenda out to get me, most likely being perpetuated by feminism. I don't think this was the intention of Chris Ray Gun, Shoeonhead, or any of the other YouTubers in the more left-leaning part of the anti-SJW community, but regardless of intention, this was the result for me and a lot of other people. After watching their content for a while, I started to think things such as Antifa is a terrorist organization, SJWs are ruining media, colleges are SJW hellholes where you will be assaulted just for being a straight white man. It wasn't like they were just telling me these things and I believed them, they showed videos of it happening too. For example, a video of a white dude with dreads being yelled at by a black woman in a lecture hall about why his hair is offensive, a video of an Antifa member bashing a guy in the back of the head with a bike lock, and I discovered Jordan Peterson through a video by Chris where he featured a clip of Peterson in an argument about pronouns with a student. Through a combination of shoutouts and collaborations and the YouTube algorithm recommending me videos with the same metadata as the ones I was already watching, I started getting into people who were a bit more extreme, like Sargon of Akkad and Thunderfoot. To my credit, Sargon wasn't quite as pathetic as he is now. At the time he was pretending to be a liberal and claimed he was on the left. As for Thunderfoot, he stopped doing the anti-SJW stuff a while ago, and he does cool science videos now that are actually quite good. Their content was definitely drier and a lot more boring than Shu or Chris or Armored Skeptic or The Amazing Atheist, but at this point, I was down for it as long as it had an anti-feminist slant. I believed at this point that feminism was out to get me, and not just as a straight white dude, but as a gamer. It was the anti-feminist stuff that pushed me down the pipeline the most, probably because that part started as far back as when I was 13 years old in arguments with my mom. This just pushed me further down the pipeline. By early 2017, I believed that feminism was simply evil, and that they were out to destroy men as payback for the past or simply because they wanted supremacy of some kind. I binge-watched Sargon videos where he ranted about Gamergate and Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu and the evils of feminism destroying Western culture. At the time, it didn't seem like baseless rants to me because he always had some BuzzFeed article about manspreading to use as an example, and that was all I needed to be convinced that these people were a real problem. I learned that not only were the SJWs and feminists after me, they were after my video games too. They called gamers misogynist neckbeard losers. They said that the option to kill a stripper in Hitman or Grand Theft Auto was sexist when it's literally just an option. They scammed their fans with GoFundMes asking for $100 grand for a YouTube series. They wanted to use a progressive agenda to inject gay people and women into video games and sacrifice the quality of the story or gameplay if that's what it takes. And you better believe I wasn't happy about a black guy being on the cover of Battlefield 1 because it's historically inaccurate. Oh, and God help you if you had to hear me rant about Ghostbusters 2016. I had a lot to say about that. Things continued like this for a while. My beliefs started to get more extreme until I decided to stop calling myself a classical liberal. At the time, I thought that meant like a liberal who's also edgy and makes offensive jokes like in the 90s. My number one example would be George Carlin. I had this idea in my head that liberals used to be cool and counterculture, but now they'd all become pearl-clutching, easily offended SJWs, no better than the pearl-clutching, easily offended conservatives of 2008 and before. I didn't take on the label of conservative, instead I called myself a libertarian. Then I started supporting Trump because he triggers the SJWs and the feminists who are out to get me, so why shouldn't I be out to get them? A lot of people on the right have been trying to cover up the existence of the alt-right pipeline, or rabbit hole, whichever you like to say, by claiming it's conspiratorial to think a bunch of YouTube videos can turn people into Nazis. And this is obviously a straw man of the entire discussion. No one's saying YouTube videos are turning people into Nazis. However, the YouTube algorithm is partially to blame. But one of the biggest things that pushed me further than anything else at this point was the far-right social spaces. Sometime in August, the Unite the Right rally happened. I never watched any mainstream news coverage of the event since, you know, fake news and all. But people I watched like Sargon of Akkad, Andy Worski, No Bullshit, Gavin McInnes, they pushed the idea that not only were the protesters justified in their message, but the mainstream media was trying to smear them by claiming that one of them murdered a counter-protester named Heather Heyer, who'd actually just died of a heart attack because she's an overweight feminist. I believed that, until one day a video of the event popped up in my recommended. It was footage taken from a phone, and it showed what happened to Heather Heyer at that rally. I watched as, sure enough, a car came out of nowhere and started barreling through a group of protesters. I saw her get hit. It was very obvious that that guy who was in the car killed her, not a heart attack. This was kinda crazy for me, because I always trusted these anti-SJW YouTubers when they said these things. If they made a claim about something happening in a video, I wasn't gonna go out of my way to find out if it was real or not and learn the context of the situation. I mean, let's be real here. But now I realize that these people were capable of making mistakes or even just lying to me, and maybe I shouldn't trust them as much as I did. What can I say? I was a naive 18-year-old at the time who's trying to find his place in the world, and these figures seemed like they had the right idea. I felt like I was in on a secret political ideology that all the normies didn't know about. I was the truly enlightened, and I understood that the SJWs were taking over mainstream media, and they're the real threat.
I was trying to not have that ruse get blown though.
Right.
So maybe that had something to do with it.
That probably did.
I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what led to this day today.
Really? Okay, so are you gonna punk me?
You're getting punked.
Really? How are you gonna punk me?
I'm gonna make you look like an asshole.
Really?
Which isn't hard to do.
Is that really the case?
No.
Okay.
Part of me feels like you might be being disingenuous by saying you don't remember.
I legit don't remember, 100% serious.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because you're, doing so much that you just sort of forget all the bridges you burn and all the people you fuck with?
Did I burn a bridge with that?
I could have been, but I'm a resilient person, so I turned that hate into a passion for filmmaking, which is why I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you still angry with me?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Do you dislike me still?
No, I think there's some things about you that I just want to understand better.
Yeah.
Mostly to do with your comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a list of questions that I can get into.
Sure.
All right. So before we get into the shit, let's get a synopsis.
What's the shit?
I'll get into it.
No, because this is ominous.
Is it making you nervous?
Yeah, no, I want to know what the shit, because this is very strange. It feels like you're trying to punk me or something.
I'm not punking you. It's just questions that me and a lot of other people that I've talked to have about you. Like, what makes you sort of a...
Is that what the shit is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Let's start off with what content are you most proud of that you've created?
I don't like the order this is going in because you're.
And just to be clear, just so it's not like to relieve the any sort of pressure you might be feeling.
Don't relieve the pressure.
No?
Keep it on.
Okay.
Let's save it. Let's keep it in there.
Yeah, the video is not meant to be a hit piece. I didn't set out to do that. I was like, no one's made like a documentary, at least a good documentary about MDE or Sam Hyde. So like this is a great opportunity. So of course I'm gonna rack my autistic brain to figure out, okay, what things do Sam and I have in common? Well, we interacted however many years ago. Maybe that's something I could bring up in the interview.
I figured out what was. It's not nervousness about being punked. It's I wish you had been upfront about that, because I honestly don't like when I have like static with people. I wish you just told me, like, just hit me up at the beginning and been like, hey, there's this thing.
No, like, but I thought it would be really good here.
Okay.
For it to be a review.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have anything else to connect.
I just hope that you're not actually, like, if you actually were upset about that, I would want to, like, heal that.
Right. No, not at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You should have just told me, man, I'm sorry. There's water here.
No, it's all good, man. I
don't like having static with people that I actually like.
I don't think Sam realizes how much I don't care about our first interaction. It was like a little bit annoying for me at the time because I've never dealt with like a copyright claim. It was my first experience interacting with Sam. It's an interesting thing to bring up, but it wasn't meant to be like a surprise, you're pranked. It's more like, hey, here's an interesting bit of info that you didn't know about. A lot of your comedy is like shocking, but I think the areas I struggle with, and I think a lot of people who want to enjoy your content kind of struggle with, is they don't feel like they have permission to laugh at certain things because you haven't given them like enough context at the beginning to indicate like, oh, this is all just like a gag that I'm doing or something like that.
Is it valid for me to just not care about that? Like, do I have to be like scrutinizing my words and be like, oh, maybe I could get more views if I really explained what I meant when I said cum dumpster? Like, can I not give a fuck about that at all?
I mean, obviously you can.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be flippant or like dismissive of your question. It's just, no, it's not something I think about.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, I don't want you to drum up a thing if you legitimately haven't thought of it.
Yeah.
Is it something that you think you should think about?
No. It's not.
I'm curious about your relationship with Danny. Has she been on drugs since she met you?
She's been on drugs since before she met me. So if you're implying that I've driven her to drug use, you are incorrect.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, that's what I wanted to sort of get out of the way.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Have you tried to get her any help?
No, seeing as she's a girl I paid $500 to shave her head and pretend to be my girlfriend, no, I haven't tried to get her any help. Should you want me to try?
Well, okay.
I don't know her that well. It's probably not my business to get her off drugs. Also, I think I told her to put her hand in your pocket and pretend to be on drugs.
Shut up.
Are you serious? You think I would date a girl that has her hair shaved like that?
Yes.
You think I'm a fucking mental case?
Yes.
No, actually, well, I've known her for a long time. And
this is so upsetting to me right now.
You think I'm a fucking millionaire. You think I have a shit-ass office like this?
Shut up. This is your office.
Says who? You think I would fucking spill rock stars and Legos all over my office like a fucking animal and have 20 people in a fucking dentist's office? You know this is a converted dentist's office, right? That's why there's like paintings of like whales on the walls and shit. Ian, you silly guy.
So you're punking me.
I'm not punking you. I'm trying to make I thought it'd be funny for your fans. I thought they'd like it.
The whole thing?
I would never do anything
The whole thing's a ruse.
Actually hurt you or upset you or make you look foolish. I would not do that.
So, how do you know Danny?
Art school connection. I think she's a friend of a girl I fucked in art school.
Yeah. And she doesn't do drugs.
No, she does hair and nails.
I don't know if she actually.
Danny's not on drugs.
No, she's a good actress, right?
Oh, are you kidding me?
No.
What the fuck?
Also, the slingshots are rental.
I think once Sam had revealed all the gaslighting stuff to me, he figured there wasn't really much of a reason to continue to cooperate because he had provided his entertainment. So why continue?
Whoa, whoa! There was like I swear to God.
A lot of the most insightful stuff that we got was with Sam's crew after they had let their walls down. They all spoke very candidly with us. And it would have been nice if Sam gave us a similar level of respect.
We were like, what's the thing we could do to like make the funniest thing?
This idea of confusing people and never being genuine or only being genuine when you think it's obvious is a great game to play when the most important thing to you is never showing your taint to people. You can feel like a winner in a game that only you are playing.
I would punch Trump. Oh my God, I would love to punch Trump. Can you imagine that? You hate immigrants? Boom!
I would have been more stoked with the prank if he had allowed us to take a candid look at his life afterwards, but he shut us out. I don't know what his day-to-day life is really like. I don't know even surface level details about how he does things or, you know, if he's even in a relationship. It would be interesting to know, but we just don't know. As far as who is Sam and what is he about, it seems like he really likes comedy, even if that means being an asshole to people and not letting his wall down. I don't think that serves to benefit him in any way, but if that's a game that he wants to play, fair enough. All I can continue to do is read between the lines and assume that there's some truth in there somewhere.
Mr. Hyde, I'd like to know what messages that you'd like us to take away from that exactly.
I don't know, man. I guess that's up to you. I don't know. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of crap.
Oh, I just had the craziest dream. Yo, I dreamt that iDubbbz did a documentary about us and basically made me into the biggest internet personality of all time.
You're space heaters.
Dude, that was wild.
That wasn't a dream.
What?
Check your phone.
What?
Wasn't a dream.
So we saw the iDubbbz documentary. iDubbbz came out here into a crazy situation. I would have turned back. Okay, if I went out to interview my hero, Tim Heidecker, and he tried to pull some stunt on me, wouldn't have ended good. I would have left. I wouldn't have made a documentary. iDubbbz hanging in there, getting it done, doing the boxing thing, letting me almost kill him in the car, hanging with us with loaded firearms, going through all WEX security steps, everything. That's bold. No matter what way you cut it. And yeah, he left his mask on in the drive-thru. He's from California, okay? Cut him a fucking break. Second of all, to have cut it, I think that it's accurate and neutral, his documentary. Like he could have made it snarky. He could have done, oh, well, this is the flip side. This is what actually happened. Like, he could have done that. But the documentary was extremely well cut. It was neutral. It represented what happened. And I think that's big, like, character-wise. To not look for an angle to like get revenge or something. I think it's big-ish of him. Okay, I'll say that. And also, I think he was as neutral as he could be. I know that some people are like, oh, you mentioned racism. He's got 8 million subscribers. He has to mention racism. For him to like even be associated with my name in any way is like a bold thing. He's playing with his livelihood at that point. So that's a huge deal. So I'm tremendously thankful to him.
I've talked about this with Nick. If the tables were turned, I would have made the documentary called 10 Reasons Why Sam Hyde is bad. And it would have just been like, oh yeah, we went out there, he tried to impress me with his car. He had these like 20-year-old guys like acting like they were like ironic, like some bullshit on some fucking like, yeah, okay, I get it. This is a crazy setup. It's not your real office. Okay. Like that's the way I would have, you could have framed the documentary that way, but he kept it neutral. He portrayed, you know, what was going on. It was entertaining. I thought it was awesome.
Welcome back, boxing fans. Alpha Lion Ian is here. I'm here to announce something that is going to excite and titillate you. For the past however many months, I've been trying to get this little twerp to box. He's not gonna box. What are you gonna do? I need to find someone who is cooperative, not an idiot, and can fight. That's basically all I'm looking for. And it's been a challenge. First, I contacted Jeff Wittick, and he said, hell yeah, I'm down. But he thought it was like a Mr. Beast thing. Yeah, this isn't a Mr. Beast thing.
It is a Mr. Beast thing.
No, is not. I'm like, no, Jeff, this isn't Team C's. We're doing a boxing match. Jeff Wittick couldn't do it because his orbital bone is all mashed up. And he needed to do like 17 more operations to get his orbital bone like completely fixed. So Jeff Wittick was off the table. Then I reached out to Taylor Holder, and he was the same deal with like Rice Gum. He wanted money. I can't really call him a pussy because he's boxed before, but he wanted to get paid. So obviously it's been really hard for me to find an opponent, but I'm here to tell you guys today that I found an opponent. Thankfully, this opponent is smarter, stronger, more talented at boxing, and more charitable than all of the other opponents that I was potentially going to be matched up against. No offense, Jeff Wittick, you're a cool guy. The other two, though, I really don't care, to be honest. Anyway, the person that I'm going to be boxing is Dr. Mike.
All right, so let's talk shop here. AB is fighting in your event.
Yep.
The Clash creators. What is it?
Creator Clash.
CreatorClash.com.
The Creator Clash.
TheCreatorClash.com is where you guys can get tickets. Ticket sales are going. People are buying. So you guys better get quick if you want to get.
Oh, yeah?
The whole bottom bowl is gone. It was gone within 5 minutes.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Bloody.
Hey,
are you ever gonna accept Sam Hyde's fight offer?
What? I don't, dude. No. Why are you fucking talking to me about some dumbass fucking weirdo Nazi? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Explain yourself.
What do you mean?
You think it's fucking funny, dude?
Someone
you got some
challenged you to a fight
fucking
on
weird
his
you got some weird fucking deadbeat loser comedian who
Yeah.
has completely fucking lost all of its importance on the world by fucking himself over, by giving Andrew Anglin $5,000 in his fucking Nazi defense fund. And you're gonna come to me and be like, it's so funny. Yeah, it's not funny, is it? Do you like that? Do you think it's funny?
I would like to see the fight between
Explain.
you two.
Yeah.
There's no explaining.
I don't want to be around these fucking losers, and you should probably conduct yourself a little bit better.
And I have another question. I think Sam Hyde, he called you out on like a boxing event. Are you interested in like the boxing scene or not?
No. fuck? I don't know why you guys are so into this shit. He's a Nazi. Like, I don't know. Like, what are you doing?
What? What's happening right now?
It's so whack, bro. Like, I don't understand why all you motherfuckers have to, like, run around with this shit.
What's going on? What's going on?
Nothing. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. You fucking asshole. Yeah, what do you mean, damn, bro? What the fuck do you mean, damn? What do you mean, damn? What the fuck do you mean, damn? Why do you do this shit?
I'm asking questions. I don't know.
You're not asking questions.
All right, bro.
Starting with the massive controversy and backlash in the online entertainer boxing space, which if you're not familiar with that niche, that space, any of the people involved, it doesn't actually matter. You can treat this as a general social person A, person B story, and I'm going to want to know your thoughts. Right, so you have the highly anticipated Creator Clash 2 just around the corner, a few weeks away. But all of a sudden, it was announced that someone was dropped from the card, with Creator Clash announcing on Saturday. There's been a change in the lineup, and Froggy Fresh will no longer be fighting against Chris Raygun. We will announce his replacement in the coming days. With just 3 weeks left, the countdown to Creator Clash 2 has begun. And adding, Creator Clash's goal is to make it an inclusive and fun event for creators and fans while giving back to charity. That has always been our mission, and Froggy Fresh's recent behavior does not align with that mission. We look forward to sharing this positive experience on April 15th. So what happened, and why did that announcement get ratioed to hell? And while looking into this, it appears that it could be several things, but it appears to be this main one, and that's on or around March 24th, Froggy Fresh puts out a video where he's kind of just talking shit to Chris Raygun. Seems like a kind of standard, let's talk shit to each other, get people hyped up to see us fight sort of thing. But then randomly at the end of that video, someone else catches a stray.
April 15th, if I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans.
Right, so Anisa and iDubbbz, they're married, they're the ones putting on Creator Clash, and Anisa has also received a lot of slut-shaming due to her having an OnlyFans. So then we see an account that appears to be Anisa's mom stepping in, and they get into a fight. At one point saying he wouldn't have the fight if not for her, as well as another tweet where she says she hopes the imp is replaced. With Froggy Fresh quote tweeting those tweets saying, Maureen, iDubbbz hit me up to beat up your daughter's boyfriend, as well as better an imp than a pimp, shout out your boy iDubbbz. Anisa, come get your mom. You also have Froggy uploading videos at this time, but the next thing we see is that he gets dropped. And the massive and big reaction on Twitter is that people were not happy that he was removed from the card. With one of the most liked reactions coming from Moist Critical, who tweeted, I'm really disappointed by this. Kicking him for Twitter controversy after months of training is brutal. I don't think any jokes he made were intended to be mean-spirited or shit on anyone. Hopefully they reconsider this decision.
The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anisa and I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right? The event is now over with. I can risk it, you know? I can air my grievances and we can see where it goes. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. And for anyone who's been following the story, that's fairly obvious. Froggy has explained his side of the story multiple times, and unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans or that it's about Anisa's mom, and that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anisa. Bitch. Ho. Fucking Anisa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat she is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth.
That's like
I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like it's the Anisa Joma hole stretcher. I'm sending this to Anisa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity. Yeah. Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, not want to associate with him in any way. We did ban Sam from the first event, so it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this. I don't like him. And Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him. Of course, that's why he was banned. None of this is like news to Froggy. Froggy knew all of this going into it. For anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been like reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process, he hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Anisa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anisa.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real like these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing. You know?
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos, titty or pussy.
To be honest, I thought it was quite the gift to you that we'd kick you off the card. You have no more obligations, and you can immediately just pivot into boxing for misfits. It's like that's the culture that you want. You want the non-sissy, you want the macho dude traditional boxing culture, so go over there and box for them. You don't even have to miss that many months of training. You've been training. So hop on one of those cards. But unfortunately, Froggy doesn't want to hop on one of those cards because he thinks the skill level is too high.
Personally, in my opinion, I think the talent at Misfits and Happy Punch is in a different league that is out of my league.
If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal breaker for you, so I guess I'll look past it. It came to the point where I was like, can you postpone releasing content with Sam Hyde?
I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that because I don't think that's appropriate. I was like,
he didn't think it was appropriate. I do not think that that is appropriate. Do you think it's appropriate that, I don't know, 30-something-year-old man is publicly calling my wife a whore and a slut?
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this has got a separate Etsy page where she sells her pussy.
Yoko Ono was too concussed to fight in Creator Clash for the second year in a row.
Life is so easy for a certain gender. All you have to do is say that my uterus hurts. What'd she say this time? Her uterus hurts? Or uterus fell out?
She had another concussion.
Probably your uterus fell out from getting blown out so much by toys.
Is that appropriate, Froggy? Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, you don't think it's appropriate that I set boundaries. I don't think it's appropriate that you are hanging out with a guy who doesn't think women are people. Like, I don't think that's appropriate.
That Nathan Barnett guy, I guarantee you that guy would rape somebody if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, legally he would rape somebody in Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
If he had the chance to rape a woman, he would.
In Minecraft.
No, not in Minecraft, Keem.
I don't want anything to do with Sam. I don't want anything to do with people that think what Sam is doing is okay. It is not okay. Even if you didn't do any of the Sam Hyde stuff, why would we want you at our event? Like, if you're just going to blatantly disrespect sex workers and women and other fighters saying that they're here to touch ethos, like, it is so disrespectful and shitty. I don't want to share the space with you. I don't want other people to be uncomfortable because you're there. Like, you don't get the vibe, all right? The vibe is sex workers and fighting, I guess. And you don't like the sex workers part. I don't think Froggy is doing Sam Hyde's dirty work by, shit-talking Anisa. I think it's just pretty clear that he holds similar opinions to Sam Hyde and similar opinions to Sam Hyde fans, which is like, you're just going to repeat the shit that your hero is saying.
You have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono, bro. It's got to be over. It's got to be over.
And leave the girl. Ditch the girl.
I think Ian met the wrong person. I honestly think it's just like, I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person, it can take you to make the wrong decisions.
She's probably a succubus that's like sucking the life out of him.
Sad to see you didn't make the card again. When will iDubbbz break free from that succubus that is holding him back?
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anisa.
Anisa's concern text of hope everything's going okay
was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation.
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity.
Yeah.
Her anal bead package came out, and it was $100 to look at pictures of her with anal beads.
I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there. Like you get to own some of these girls. They get to like lease one of these girls.
Tyler is like repeating all of these narratives about how I've changed for the worst. The person responsible for my change in a bad way is Anisa. Anisa is a manipulative person. Oh yeah, that I'm like concerned about getting upstaged by Sam or people who are more talented than me, which is insane to me because I've put on this event twice, me as the main fight, and I've lost both times. That's pretty upstaged. As a side note, Sam Hyde has made it a habit to try to sound like a reasonable person by saying, if Ian and Anisa just asked, I'll stop harassing them.
Yeah, if Ian ever hit me up and was like, hey man, can you leave me alone? I'd stop talking about him. Whatever, I don't care that much. If you ask me to stop, I'll stop.
Which on its face is already an insane thing to say. Of course, no one wants to be harassed.
If they let Froggy back on the card, I won't tweet at Ian or Anissa ever again. I'll shut up forever. How about that?
I get to bring back someone on the card who doesn't respect me, my wife, other fighters, and in return I have the chance of not being harassed by Sam Hyde? Oh man, how can I refuse that? Just so we're on the same page in case I have to make a future video, you heard what Sam Hyde said. If he's a respectable guy, he's not going to continue to harass me because he says, by his own admission, he doesn't care that much.
I don't care that much.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with. Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then like refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable.
So because you bought the ticket and you weren't allowed to go in with the mask, you guys are all protesting?
Basically. I mean, we're just chilling out here. We got a couple of guys inside that one cut their head off because they said, well, you're allowed to come in, but only if the mask gets cut off.
Creator Clash, you're here at Creator Clash, right? You were here?
Yep. Yeah, we were at the first one. We're here now at the second one. Well, outside the second one.
And you were banned, right?
I mean, not banned. They just won't let us in. We've got the full face coverings, which the head of security decided to ban last minute without notifying anyone. So we weren't able to account for it. They just didn't let us in when we came to scan our tickets.
I think they're worried that Sam Hyde might try and sneak in.
That's the only real theory I can come up behind this, like why there would be such a last-minute change. We saw one guy out here who said there was some like leaked plan on Twitter to sneak Sam Hyde in. I don't know if that's real or fake. I don't care.
It's probably fake because I think Sam Hyde's enjoying his Saturday night.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? I think Sam Hyde's here to literally just get in their heads. It's kind of dumb, but that's kind of what he does.
Didn't Froggy Fresh say that they didn't contact him at all until they learned that he was coming here to train with you?
Yeah,
then they were blowing up his phone.
That's what I've heard from multiple people is that the minute they heard he was coming here, they were like calling him, and Tyler said the first thing they said was, "How do you know Sam Hyde?" Like as soon as he picked up the phone. Imagine picking up the phone and hearing, "How do you know Sam Hyde?" After not talking to somebody for almost a year. That's fucking crazy. iDubbbz, you're fucking crazy. Anissa, you're crazy.
A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anisa has received over the years. She's had to deal with it from the beginning of our relationship, and I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. A lot of the time I just thought that was her problem, or that was other people's problem. Like, it's not my problem that you're getting hate and harassment. And it's like, no, it absolutely is. That's the culture that I cultivated, and I didn't do anything to change that. Over the years it's changed a little bit, but I don't think I've still fully acknowledged how responsible I am for the amount of harassment that Anisa has had to deal with.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. I was told later that at 6 a.m. that morning, an email impersonating me was sent to every city councillor in the City of London, Ontario, stating that I have an illegal firearm, that I killed my mother, and that I plan to go to City Hall and shoot every cisgender person I see. I was shown the email while I was being interrogated in police custody. While the emails were riddled with grammatical errors and read more like something a troll would say than something I would sincerely say, the police took it seriously. Not only that, the email said my name was Clara Sorrenti, but also stated what my dead name was. It was an obvious attempt to make the police humiliate me. During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. This is despite the fact that I have run as both a member of parliament and a member of provincial parliament under my name, Clara Sorrenti. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012, and then later to Clara Sorrenti on March 7th, 2018. When I changed my name, I took my mother's maiden name. My last name has not been Roberts in over 10 years. The only reason that Roberts is on the property bags is because I was booked under my dead name. A search warrant was issued, which I have a copy of here. They were looking for a handgun, ammunition, cartridges, cleaning tools, a gun case, cell phones, and computers. They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us. After the police interrogated me and realized this is a situation that has happened to me before, I was released with no charges. Without my devices, I could not let people close to me know what had happened to me, and they were in the dark for hours. Even after acquiring a new phone, I still cannot log into some of my accounts because the London Police Service holds the phone that my two-factor authentication goes to. This same situation happened just over a week ago, on Sunday, July 31st, in a city I don't live in, Toronto. On that day, I talked to Sergeant Nathan Gibson after someone impersonating me made similar threats to Toronto politicians. Sergeant Gibson chalked it up to a swatting attempt. I was not charged with a crime, nor was I named as a suspect in an investigation by the Toronto Police. London Police Services should have been aware that this could happen. In fact, my brother called London Police Services on March 27th in a conversation lasting 9 minutes and 16 seconds to see if my family could be put on a no swatting list, only to be treated like we were wearing tinfoil hats and completely dismissed. They told my brother things would be fine. They were wrong. Despite getting a search warrant to search my home and finding no guns, as well as my mother alive and well, I am still a suspect in the investigation by London Police Services. Swatting is a crime. Identity theft is a crime. And because it was a crime that was motivated by hatred against transgender people, it was a hate crime perpetrated against me.
A Canadian Twitch streamer and trans activist prepares to leave the country in the face of continued online harassment. Clara Sorrenti, known as Keffals to her over 46,000 viewers on Twitch, was swatted earlier this month. After the swatting, Sorrenti says she moved into a hotel for her safety, but the hotel was soon doxxed as well, with hundreds of dollars of unwanted food orders delivered under Sorrenti's dead name.
I tried to tell my fans I was safe, and I posted a photo of my fiance's cat on our hotel bed. In less than 6 hours, they figured out what hotel we were staying at based on the stripes on the bed sheet.
Sorrenti points the finger firmly at Kiwi Farms, an internet message board with sub-forums dedicated to mocking and harassing people. Sorrenti is calling for the site to be deplatformed, pointing to suicides caused by harassment she says originates from Kiwi Farms.
Trans streamer Keffals has been doxxed repeatedly for weeks by users of a hate forum known as Kiwi Farms, but she chose to fight back. And guess what? She won in a big way. After engaging in a long pressure campaign, she successfully shut Kiwi Farms down. And it's incredible that she was able to do this, especially because it feels impossible to do away with these types of forums. But Kiwi Farms has had a long history of hate. In fact, at least 3 people have died by suicide after being targeted by Kiwi Farms harassment campaigns, and that's according to Vice. In 2016, the family of a trans person who died by suicide, Lizzie Waite, was harassed by Kiwi Farms trolls for weeks after, even after her death, after she had taken her own life. And Keffals was targeted by Kiwi Farms, as we've reported on this show before. And she's a fierce advocate for the transgender community, being trans herself, of course, and that's the reason why she became a target. Now, Keffals is a fighter, and this story is a perfect piece of evidence to prove that. She began the hashtag #DropKiwiFarms, okay? Now, hashtags alone don't work, but she found a way to get others to use it and to apply pressure to get the host of the website to drop it, okay? The goal was to convince Cloudflare, Kiwi Farms' website host, to drop the site. Keffals first used the hashtag on August 22nd and correctly identified the best way to influence the company's decisions by targeting their stock, right? So she tweeted, "We've gotten Kiwi Farms to trend for 3 days. Cloudflare doesn't care how many suicides the website they support causes, but they do care if this becomes a PR nightmare that hurts their bottom line. Please get Cloudflare protects terrorists and hashtag #DropKiwiFarms to trend." Now, she also spoke to the press, and she would update everyone regularly on the conversations that she would have with them. Just got off the phone with CBC News and reiterated the best way to support me is to tell Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms. One of the error messages when Kiwi Farms goes down says Kiwi Farms has joined the 41%, a reference to transgender suicide attempt rates. The majority of the people they've driven to suicide and make threads about are transgender. This website is the stormfront of transphobia. And in the end, her efforts paid off. So let's take a look at the next tweet because it shows you the kind of impact it had on the stock for Cloudflare. Cloudflare has lost nearly $3 billion in market cap in the last week since Clara's campaign to drop Kiwi Farms started. Hate doesn't sell, and large corporate customers are beginning to question the relationship with Cloudflare and leave.
Back in September, at the height of the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, both iDubbbz and his wife Anisa followed me on Twitter. And when I reached out to iDubbbz, he told me that he's been following my campaign and that his wife was actually a big fan of mine. You see, she was getting stalked and harassed by the same site that stalked and harassed me. And there was a point in his apology where he was talking about the experiences that he had witnessed having been with Anisa that really made him pause and question a lot of his past behavior.
I harassed someone. I was saying slurs and I was trying to justify it all. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anisa has received over the years. She's had to deal with it from the beginning of our relationship, and I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. I had a very Wild West mentality when it came to online behavior. Like, people are gonna do what they wanna do, people are gonna say what they wanna say, and I can pretty much do the same because it's the internet. But I think you have to be a lot more responsible.
I can't help but empathize with him because a lot of people in my life who had been very close to me, having seen what I had gone through, really had to pause and question the kind of behaviors that they were engaging in. I know not everyone's going to accept the apology. Obviously, there's going to be a huge swath of edgelords that will never accept the apology because they think that he did nothing wrong and that apologizing for this is just selling out to the woke mob or something. However, there are some people that have legitimate grievances who aren't accepting the apology, and I think that's fair. I've seen a lot of comments about this. One of the ones that I'm going to show you, which I think echoes a lot of the comments that I've seen, is this one that I found in the YouTube comment section of a video criticizing iDubbbz that says, "Look, as a black girl who was in middle school when he posted these videos, I can confidently blame him for most of the hell I went through back then. I had 8 of my white classmates flood one of my Instagram posts with N-word, F-word, and I just deleted my entire page after that. A lot of black kids in my school complained to teachers and faculty members about these students, but that went as well as you would expect. I do not like him, and I have no respect for him or for the good work people claimed he did. I don't know what other black people think about the subject, but I know enough black people who had similar experiences and share similar thoughts to know I'm not alone in this. At the end of the day, no one has to accept his apology. I personally believe in rehabilitation, and I want to see him show with his actions that he's changed for the better. I truly do believe that he wants to change, and that he has actually changed. And for all the edgelords complaining, I need you to know, iDubbbz will never see the kind of stuff that you're saying about him, but he will see my DM where I told him that he did a good job.
Didn't Froggy Fresh say that they didn't contact him at all until they learned that he was coming here to train with you?
Yeah,
then they were blowing up his phone.
That's what I've heard from multiple people, is that the minute they heard he was coming here, they were like calling him, and Tyler said the first thing they said was, "How do you know Sam Hyde?" Like, as soon as he picked up the phone. Imagine picking up the phone and hearing, "How do you know Sam Hyde?" After not talking to somebody for almost a year. That's fucking crazy. iDubbbz, you're fucking crazy. Anisa, you're crazy.
It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32, I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just can't help myself but feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is, my empathy meter's only maybe a quarter of the way filled up, potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy if you experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it.
I woke up the other day, and like I said, I've been having a really shoddy week when it comes to waking up to just bad news. I've woken up pretty much every single day this week to bad news. And the only day I didn't wake up to bad news, I opened my phone and my Instagram DMs are just so much mention you in their story, mention you in their story, mention you in their story. And it's not random people, it's news things. And that's never usually a good thing. If I wake up and my Instagram DMs are me being tagged in a bunch of fucking news accounts and press thing story, I usually did something that I'm going to have to then apologize for. I click on one and it says iDubbbz has apologized to Tana Mojo. I'm checking the date. I'm is this April Fool's Day? What's going on? I sooner thought I would die before I would ever see anything like that. And it's funny because 2 weeks ago, Oscar was you would have the most viral episode of Canceled, and like it could be good for you to have iDubbbz on and like try to squash beef. I don't even know if you can call that beef, or just talk about things like, you know what I mean, blah blah. And I was like telling him like I would sooner have on Joe Biden, like in
it would never happen,
in the sense that like I didn't ever think he would, you know what I mean? I didn't want to like, hey, like we've never talked one time, like ever we've never ever spoken. And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me, or like to me or something. And I was like, damn, like I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, you know, because like, and I don't know how to say this. I'm not talking about anything in regards of the things he said, but I'm more so just talking about like his actions to me. Like, you know, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I'd like deserved that. And maybe that's like dark, like to say, but like, I don't feel like I'm owed an apology. And maybe that's because I've accepted it so much that like people always ask me, like, if you could go back in time and like make that never happen, like would you? And I always say no, because I feel like at the time it was obviously like, it was a very dark time period of my life when it came to like self-reflection and trying to figure shit out. And like, I think I would be a completely different person if I didn't have that. I think it like, I was on track to just be so on my high horse and like egotistical, and like nothing could go wrong, that something going wrong gave me such a dose of reality that like this might not last forever. Like, you need to be held accountable for actions. I don't know, like it made me do so much necessary growth. And I think it also changed the entire trajectory of my career and life. Like I don't even think Canceled would be here if like I didn't get canceled a bunch and that was kind of the start of that, to like shape that brand for me. Like it wasn't like I went into this being like I'm canceled, like I'm scandalous. Like if anything, I wanted to be brand safe to an extent, you know what I mean? And just like everything, I feel like it really shaped the course of my life. And so I guess because of how much I wouldn't go back in time and like change anything, I've never like felt like I like deserved an apology for that. I was like,
I feel like
you had that coming, and like, you know what I mean?
I feel like both things can be true at the same time. Like he can be wrong, but it can also like have been not like beneficial, but it was like a part of your little journey. Like it was important to the storyline.
I didn't think about that those things can both coexist.
Yeah.
You know? In my
like
head,
he still did something wrong. He was in the wrong, and he like shouldn't have done it. But it's not to say something good couldn't have come of it, like out of it.
Yeah, I agree. And just looking back as well, I think even at the time I was more like, you know, I can't believe all of this is happening. But like you were poking the bear. Like I was the one who mentioned him first. And like at the time I had this boyfriend who was like so obsessed with him. And I just like remember being like, I don't get this obsession. And I just like voiced it so incorrectly. And it's like, bitch, you had a stick and you were poking the fucking bear.
Yeah.
Like those are the videos he was making at the time. Did you think, I honest to God thought I was like just too small of a creator for him to like make a whole content cop on. Cause at the time those are getting like 40 million views and he's doing them on like, I just never thought I was in that like caliber. You know what I mean? So then when it happened, it was like, oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know enough about it. I don't know what happened.
That's fair. It's just been like, so I was like 18, 19 at most, like when this happened. I still lived in Vegas. Like it happened so long ago. So I think that's why I was so shook and like didn't know what to think.
I wonder what happened that made him feel like he should just apologize all of a sudden.
In the video,
maybe he feels like, I don't know, that's a part of his journey.
In the video, he kind of talks about having like an awakening and like essentially an ego death. Those aren't his words, but like that's kind of what I took from that like he now can like feel so much more empathy towards things he was doing, and at the time he feels like he like didn't.
I believe in that. I mean, good for him if he's really just like on some sort of growth journey.
Absolutely. Honestly, I mean,
I feel like it's right for him to apologize. I feel like you just did deserve an apology, whether maybe you think you deserved the video or not.
I don't know how to, it's, you know, I don't really.
It's touchy. You should have him on.
It was one of those things where I was just really shocked and everyone's tweeting me wanting my response. And I was like, I'm genuinely like, I have no words. So it's taken me like a week to kind of form that. And then I tweeted and I was like, I wonder if he'd come on Canceled Podcast. Like, I would love to like talk to him at length. And then he messaged me, and it's even just crazy, like opening my phone and like seeing that we're like messaging. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was not on my bingo card for this year at fucking all, you know? Mm-mm. And I think he's gonna come on Canceled.
If he gets butt hurt, like if he were Froggy Fresh, he could sit and swim.
I assume you all know what Fish Tank is. I've made a few videos about it. It's been kind of all over the internet. If you're, you know, an MDE fan, you probably know what Fish Tank is. I think Fish Tank's funny. I think it's a really cool project. I think Jet Neptune is a really, you know, he's a nice dude. He's been a good friend to me, and his project is also, you know, really awesome. It's, I would say, somewhat revolutionary as far as independent content creators. It makes me proud to know him, to see him do something so cool, okay? Well, you guys may also remember Full Force by iDubbbz, which was a documentary about YouTuber Airsoftfatty. This video was, 3 years ago, 2019, almost 4 years ago now. 23 million views. I mean, this had the same amount of views as like a typical content cop could have had. And it was really interesting, all things considered, to see someone do a sort of profile piece documentary in person, just filming an eccentric YouTube guy, right? It's not anything super unique for content creation in general, but it is rather unique to YouTube, and it definitely was at the time. Especially around this time, you also had all the Shane Dawson documentaries. So this video was definitely a big selling point for iDubbbz's channel, and it showed people that he was kind of in the next stage, you know? Here we have Airsoftfatty saying, yo man, this was a good time. By the way, house is finally getting the repair starting next week. Robert and I are talking. I'm hoping we can get back to being friends again. So Airsoftfatty seemed to have a fun time. It obviously gave his channel some promotion. Here we see his channel right now. You can see he's getting some views, but I believe he's having some problems with YouTube. I think I heard his channel got demonetized, and he's been struggling with that, which, obviously is a big deal because this is his job, right? And if you're not making money on YouTube, that really sucks. And so here we have, this video is called Airsoftfatty Loses It and Calls Out iDubbbz. The caption below says, can a reconciliation between Fatty and iDubbbz be achieved, or is this a final straw that will put an end to the enigmatic combo? Here we have comments about Sam Hyde. Sam is really doing a solid for the downtrodden in society. First Jet, then John, now Chris. Sam is a real social justice warrior. iDubbbz only sees people in his videos as circus freaks. When Jason Goldstriker make him look like the circus freak, then it pissed him off. Between Sam getting sincerely emotional when John left the tank and him bringing Airsoftfatty in to help out with his career, I'm starting to see a softer side of Mr. Goldstriker that I really appreciate. And this clip is, this is from March, January, February, March. So this is like months old, but now he's getting a bunch more comments, in the past few days because he's been on Fish Tank. So we'll see what he says about iDubbbz here.
Cannabis. Guess what, motherfucker? I haven't had to buy cannabis in 6 months. Jesus Christ! Hell! Hell! Getting hell! I haven't had to fucking drop a fucking penny on that shit. Every penny as I have had has gone towards bills and been doing my best to better these streams. As much of a fucking failure as I've been.
Poor guy.
I am an influencer. Baby, give me some time, please. I know you can tell I'm stressed. I know you want me to tell you to calm down. But this needs to be said. This needs to be said. Because I'm tired of people making me feel like when I reach out for help. I'm tired of people making me feel like I'm tired of it.
This is a very sad clip. I feel bad for this dude.
I reached out to Ian for help that day, and Ian never replied. You want to talk about some shit? I messaged iDubbbz the other day. I said, hey, can you just share my stream around? I didn't ask him for money or anything. I said, hey, share my stream around. Looked at the message and never
I don't think he's
replied.
demonetized. I think he's just not pulling views, and he's asking Ian to share the stream, I guess.
Like, that doesn't fucking make me feel like shit, man. I'm sick and tired of this shit. Anyone, please, you gotta give me some time, okay? This needs to be said. I know you can tell I'm beyond.
Poor dude.
I'm tired of people telling me it's gonna be okay, but it isn't. It isn't, because nothing's gonna change. As much as I want it to, as much as I put the work in to get it to change, someone's gonna be there to steal that shit or fucking take it from me. I love you, buddy. I love you so much. Sorry. Tired of breaking like this.
So I guess as a content creator, he's kind of fallen on hard times, and I guess Ian wasn't retweeting his stuff, so he feels that, he needs some help, and he was trying to get someone bigger to promote his stuff, and it wasn't really working out for him. I don't know if Ian necessarily owes him a retweet or something, or tweeting out a stream, but regardless, I do feel bad for the dude in this situation. People in chat are saying he abandoned his cat. If he did do that, I guess that sucks, but I don't know if that's true. And also, maybe he just gave the cat to someone else because he couldn't afford to take care of it. I assume that could be a reality. Well, anyhow, Airsoftfatty is now on Fish Tank. You can see him right there. He's entered. There was a pretty sad clip of him on Fish Tank. I think he was on the bathroom cam. He's basically talking about how he doesn't really have a lot of money. He kind of needed an opportunity like this to reboost, rejuvenate his online career, and obviously having access to Sam's fan base, which is probably the most loyal fan base on the internet in terms of, just people willing to stick their neck out for him, pay for new services, follow new projects, stuff like that. Having any access to that is obviously good. Association with Sam is very good.
I gotta keep strong. I gotta keep pushing on. I've got a lot of friends out there who care about me and who want to see me
So
It's very sad. I mean, he's basically saying he needs to win this in some way to, get his life back. He's, he can't afford to have his cat anymore. He has a bad situation at home. He might be homeless soon, which is sad. I feel for this dude, I've never been in a situation like that, but, I can only imagine the feeling of, especially as like a YouTuber who has had all this like attention on you. I'm not saying YouTubers have it harder, but for him, he's had all this attention on him, and he's like, he sees himself sort of as like someone who has to succeed at the YouTube thing. And he knows people like Ian who are successful and have careers. Meanwhile, he's in the situation where he's quote unquote fallen off. He's not really making the money he used to, and he's having a hard time getting the content out that would put him back on top. So now he's joined Fish Tank. He's going to try to win. Obviously, even if he doesn't win, I think he could get some fish bucks out of it, which is good. You know what? I hope he does win.
Anything to close out on, the best words I have ever heard have come from the worst version of an old cartoon you used to watch, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the most recent. The main character states that his father told him, when you want to cry, laugh. When you want to frown, smile. Because it's like, why go around feeling like shit all the time? Sure, you're going to have your days, but get up, dust yourself off, for God's sake. We're humans. We're born to get back up.
I'm guessing that most people would call Airsoftfatty cringy. But what even is cringe anymore? Would you call the kid who needs more dedotated wham, would you call him cringy?
Dedotated wham.
Or would you call Sammy Classic Sonic fan who's screeching about the blue hedgehog? Would you call him cringy?
Freaking loud!
If that's the case, then is being cringy just having the courage to put yourself and your interests out there despite what other people think? Because if it is, then without a doubt, Airsoftfatty is cringe. He is a cringe lord. His channel is a cringe compilation. But I respect that, because there's a lot of people out there who would be too ashamed and too embarrassed to show people what they're passionate about and what their interests are. And despite what he might think, Airsoftfatty does go full force. In his own way, he goes all in.
Someone is treating it as if they're about to die, and they are putting everything behind it.